Hello. Hello. Wait, why is that quoting? Okay. This is Macdown. I haven't really used it yet, but I figured I'd try. Light paper's just too glitchy. Let's see. Change. 18? Sure. Rendering. I want to change the rendering font size. Can I? Styles, themes. Maybe you have to actually change the this stuff. GitHub2.css. Yeah, font size, 14 pixels. Let's just make that 18 pixels. Save. Save this. The desktop, Ratway, comment. I quit. Macdown. Sure. I didn't reopen my latest automatically. That's bigger, right? I think it got bigger. That seems good enough to start with. Okay. I wonder if there's any way to set it back to 50%. Maybe just making a new window does it. Oh, there we go. Wait, so if I italic something, yeah, you can see it on this side. There were some editors that I tried like a while ago where it looked completely like plain text on the left and you only got formatting on the right, which I thought was stupid. Like I want my little quote markers to highlight and my italics to highlight and stuff. while I'm editing. Like, just do some minimal highlighting, and then also have the real version on the right as well. Though I really don't need it. Oh, it's not clickable. I wonder if I make an actual link if it's clickable. Command Shift K. Oh yeah, that's clickable. If I just put it on a line by itself, it is not clickable. Alright, that's slightly lame, but not a big deal. Okay, so this is the context. How far in Atlas Shrugged are you? Let's see. Okay. Oh, BRB, I got a package. Okay, I'm back. New message. Okay. That clarified it for him. That's good. Well, considering that you're around 75% of the way through Atlas Shrugged, if I were you, I'd probably finish it. If you're worried about it being hard, what I would do is skip Galt's speech. He has a speech that's like 75 pages or something. I forgot, but it's really long. So what you can do, and I did this on my first reading, is when he starts giving his speech on the radio or the TV or whatever, you can just skip to the end of the chapter and keep reading and finish the plot. And that'll make the rest of the book not super long and not as difficult, because the speech is like really dense philosophy material that is more difficult than the rest of the book. But I would not recommend stopping in the middle, because like the plot is fun and you're already in the middle of it. And it's good to know like roughly what happens, like the main things. Because you're probably going to get spoilers for it because you talk to objectivists. I have way too many things open to go through. But I'm looking for... Wait, what? I just got a notification from YouTube that my own channel went live. They've never sent me one before. Just stream number 16, they decided to notify me of my own stream. Okay, here we go. And then... Wait.
Uh-oh, looks...
I have a new microphone stand, by the way. The volume levels look okay. It's a lot smaller, so it's not blocking my view of one of my screens. But let me know if there's any audio issues.
Looks like Hermes made an oopsie. What? The infallible Hermes of reason made an oopsie. Yes, it's true. In my last video, I said some things.
What the hell is this intro? Like, it's not like a philosophy intro. It's weird. And he's talking like he's a channel with 100,000 subscribers or something. I guess he wants to be. But he has 69 subscribers. Like, how many videos does this guy have? And what are they like? Okay, not very many. Oh, look. Okay, so he thought he was going to make philosophy videos. And he did 4 of them. And then he stopped for 8 months or 7 months. And then he made 3 of them.
That I was wrong to say. Nah, I'm just kidding. I actually just didn't explain it as clearly as I could have, so second time's the charm. So it's critical mindfulness again.
He's doing so much facial expressions. He's high energy. It's very social. I don't like it.
Baby, but this time explained and with memes. So in Sam Harris's book, Waking Up, a guide to...
Jesus. He like stuck his tongue out and made devil horns. On a supposed philosophy video? It's there's some people that don't bother me, like Lieutenant Corbus, who changed her name, I think. I don't even know how to spell this. Lieutenant Corbus. Soph. No, I wanted her YouTube. No, that's not her YouTube. What?
Unknown caller.
Did she get banned from YouTube or something, or do I just have to search for like Soph? I see, she did get banned. Oh, recently, only a few days ago. That's 9 days ago she got banned from YouTube. Anyways, I was gonna say that, like, she's normal and kind of social, but she didn't annoy me in the way the Hermes guy, like, I do not like something about him. He's doing something worse, I think, than just this. He's doing it really try hard. Maybe that's it. He's like extra energetically social. He turned it up to 11. Okay, so this sounds pretty questionable, but I still don't think it's like YouTube ban worthy, and there's a huge, huge double standard where left-wing people do not get treated the same.
Spirituality without religion, he emphasizes the problem of being lost in thought and how that kind of general distraction, or what he calls thinking without knowing that we're thinking, is a huge problem. And the reason why it's a problem is because,
Okay, so being lost in thought means you're not paying attention to the world around you because you're thinking. That is a good thing, and it doesn't mean thinking without knowing you're thinking. You totally do know you're thinking when you're lost in thought. That's like the whole point of it, is that you're thinking a lot. Like, is he retarded?
knowing that we're thinking, and how that kind of general distraction, or what he calls thinking without knowing that we're thinking, is a huge problem. And the reason why it's a problem is because, what he calls being lost in thought is basically a way in which we get distracted from living the lives that we actually want to live. So the case for mindfulness
Wait.
emphasizes the problem of being lost in thought and how that kind of general distraction, or what he calls thinking without knowing that we're thinking, is a huge problem. And the reason why it's a problem is because
Thinking without knowing that we're thinking. Yeah.
what he calls being lost in thought is basically a way in which we get distracted from living the lives that we actually want to live. So the case for
So first he says it's thinking without knowing you're thinking, and it's being lost in thought, but those make no sense. And then he says it's being distracted from the life you want to live, so it's like being stuck in your head, but that's not... You know you're thinking when you're stuck in your head, instead of paying attention to the world.
mindfulness meditation here, which is a central part of his book, a central practice that he tries to teach.
I wonder if Sam Harris fucked this up, or it's just this guy. This guy seems like dumb enough that it could easily not be Harris's fault.
Is that it will help us quickly notice when we are unthinkingly being led astray from living the lives that we want. And this is actually happening everywhere.
Wait, I'm gonna Google that though. Sam Harris, lost in thought. Does Harris actually say... Alright, so he has a blog post called We Are Lost in Thought. Okay, Sam Harris is retarded. Like, even more than I thought he was. He's absolutely calling it Lost in Thought, that's the title. And the thing he's talking about is not getting distracted by discursive thought. But lost in thought means like pondering or whatever, or oh no, wait. This doesn't say that you don't know you're thinking. Is he gonna say that? Because if you're distracted by it, you know what's happening, I think. I don't like this stuff, but I think Hermes just said it wrong. Like, really badly wrong. Wait, this one came up as the first result for this. I find it weird how these people who are so anti-religion, um, especially the Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, will be like Buddhism friendly and be into like Eastern meditation and shit. Wait, seriously? He said we must begin thinking about something at the end of his thing about stop thinking too much. This is dumb and confused, but whatever. I'm gonna go back to the video.
People say binge eat,
The main takeaway I got was Hermes of Reason horribly misstated what Harris said. It's not even close. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't understand the words Harris said.
even when they know that they don't really want to binge eat or they know they have like a problem with that, but they will still do it anyway. Now, what Sam Harris calls lost in thought or thinking without knowing that we're thinking isn't actually thinking.
Wait, Sam Harris does not call lost in thought equal thinking without knowing that we're thinking. At least not in the essays I found. If he does call it that, and anyone knows of it, please send me a link. Because that would be terrible. So either Hermes is just wrong that Harris ever said that, or Harris is, screwing up badly. And either way, Hermes doesn't seem to have noticed that that makes no sense.
Thought is error correction, and so in the case of binge eating, in spite of knowing that that's not really what you want, you have to not be thinking. It's not.
Okay, the claim thought is error correction is utterly ridiculous. like you can use your thinking to error correct, but you can also do it to other things for other purposes. Not all thought is error correction. Like the Popperian view is that reason or rational thought is good at error correction. That's one of the purposes or focuses or main points of it. It needs to be like pretty good at being able to correct errors. But certainly not all thought. You can think irrationally or badly or whatever.
Not just your thinking is elsewhere, it is that you are actually not error correcting in that moment. Now, it's a common misconception to think that meditation is about becoming thoughtless, but I think rather what Sam Harris is really trying to say is that it is about becoming more thoughtful, where you are actually able to have like this kind of critical distance from you doing something unthinkingly, to where then you can sort of like remind yourself, oh yeah, I don't actually want to do this. I don't actually want to binge eat. I'm not actually, still hungry and that type of thing. So it opens the door to creative criticism there in that moment. So in a very similar way that Sam Harris describes it, what mindfulness can get you to recognize is that you are not the, appearances in your mind per se, but you are more like the mind space in which those appearances are coming and going. And so you're almost like the room of consciousness rather than what's in that room. Now, arguably, the defining quality of what makes a mind is its creativity. And creativity is dynamic. The whole notion of kind of going from one thing to another, and you might say being distracted, is actually...
Oh, it's a PewDiePie thing? Yeah, I don't watch PewDiePie. I mean, I've watched like a little bit of PewDiePie, but not really. So I had no idea that was a PewDiePie reference. That's fucking terrible. Like, what the fuck is this shit? He's just straight copying like multiple things off PewDiePie? Right, so Soph doesn't do that. Soph is like reasonably chill. She's like a normal person who's socially calibrated, but she isn't going like way out of her way to pander like hell. And like she's internalized a lot of normal social stuff, but not to such a degree as someone who's actually just like intentionally copying PewDiePie, like words and voice tones and stuff. When internet says 1.5 million more subs, I'm pretty sure he means 1.5 million times more subs, which is different. Well, how many subs does PewDiePie have? It's like something obscenely high, right? He's like number one, or is he? Maybe he's not number one anymore. Yeah, he's like 100 million subs. Yeah, so more than 101.5 million additional subs. Oh yeah, this guy's under 100. So yeah, it's more than a million times as many subs.
like a necessary feature of our creativity, being able to, rearrange and combine existing things and try to solve different problems and stuff like that. I mean, we have like a whole range of stuff that we could potentially be interested in, or a whole range of interesting problems that we could be interested in.
There's a jump cut there. I started watching for them after the like seeing how fake it was, so I was like waiting for the next jump cut. So there was one. It was very short and small, like it was hard to catch if you weren't looking, but there was a jump cut.
Solving, and so it's necessary that we're able to kind of like go from one thing to another in that way. So distraction is only a problem.
There was another jump cut right there. I normally make my stuff with no jump cuts, like no editing. I don't do retakes. I don't break it up into multiple clips. I just talk. You will see jump cuts in some of my videos because I literally use automated silence removal where software goes through and finds like long stretches where I didn't talk. Like if I don't talk for like 2 or more seconds or something, it can detect that and just cut it out, so you get a jump cut. Although I guess you're not you only see them if I'm moving my mouse though, because there's no face cam. But anyways, my jump cuts do not mean that I was doing editing or that I did retakes or anything like that. They're just silence removal. Whereas this guy, I'm pretty sure that those are editing and retake type jump cuts. And I think there's a lot of them.
problem insofar as it relates to not actually thinking. But the
He did something with his eyes where he looked to the left twice. Like, he's doing so many mannerisms and stuff.
ability to kind of have a wide range of things that you're interested in and kind of just hop from one thing to another and explore all of them in a way is a good thing. I mean, if you're solving problems and you're
He does that over and over. He looked to his right like 5 times in the last like 10 seconds.
having fun and stuff like that, there's nothing to worry about.
He just did it again, and then there was a huge jump cut after that too.
Given that our minds work in this way, the space of, potentially moving from one thing to another is the space in which
The space of is the space. I knew space was gonna be a keyword where he bullshitted because I saw something about it earlier, or it came up on Discord or something.
unthinkingness, or you might even call it irrationality, rears its head or takes advantage of and exploits. And there are
He might not be misstating Sam Harris. Like, it's possible Sam Harris has said that. Like, it would not be shocking if Sam Harris said something that dumb. But my best guess at this point is it's just Hermes misstating it. It's certainly not what those essays I found were saying. And Hermes seems like the kind of guy who could easily just misstate Sam Harris. Completely change the meaning, not realize the new meaning makes no sense.
are real things out there that are looking to take advantage of that dynamic capacity of our minds. And those things are what David Deutsch in his book,
He does a lot of eyebrow lifts and stuff like that.
The Beginning of Infinity, in particular his chapter, The Evolution of Culture.
Wait, he's showing off with a paperback copy of The Beginning of Infinity? Like, I hate paper books. But even I have a hardback of it. Well, I guess I didn't actually pick the book. But like, if you buy it on day one, you get a hardback, right? Like, the paperback only came out, like, a year after the book, or 6 months, or I don't know. But, like, I think, like, the early adopters, they make them buy hardbacks, and then they charge them extra, right? And then paperback's edition is, like, the second edition. So if he has a paperback, was he, like, late to read BOI? Did he not get it at release? Is he, like, that newbie? That he's only started, trying to join this community that recently? Like, that's not the worst thing if it's true. It's just, I think it's notable if he's like a newbie. He certainly doesn't say like, hi guys, I'm new here, even though he only has like a few videos and like no writing to speak of, I think.
Calls anti-rational memes. So a meme is like a behavior with this corresponding meaning or idea that gets itself replicated in the same way that genes get themselves replicated, namely by just simply outcompeting their rivals. And the anti-rational memes do this by suppressing.
Look at his facial expression. That's not normal talking. And is he really that hype doing his like third take of repeating a brief summary from a book that he's a late adopter of?
Suppressing creative criticism, while there are rational memes which rather encourage creative criticism. So especially the anti-rational.
He didn't even explain it right. Rational memes encourage creative criticism? Like, that's not false, but it doesn't explain what they are or why or how they work. Like, it's just sort of a side thing. Like, he was trying to say it that way to make a contrast. Like, the one is anti-criticism, the other is pro-criticism. And there is a contrast there, but that does not explain what they do or how they replicate. Like, the replication strategy of a rational meme is not encourage criticism. Like, receiving criticism doesn't make it replicate. It replicates by being useful, which includes surviving criticism, but it also includes, you know, making your stomach full or whatever.
Rational memes that suppress creative criticism, they have to take advantage of this space or.
It says that he's saying that irrational memes, or anti-rational, suppress creative criticism. Why does he keep saying creative criticism? Like, they suppress all criticism. They suppress uncreative, like, repetitive, rote, and stupid criticism, too. Maybe it's not always a threat and not always suppressed, but it frequently is. It certainly can be.
Potential for doing things unthinkingly, because if you were thinking, that means you'd be error correcting. That means you would be using.
Why does he only look to his right and not his left? He's doing it over and over. Do you think he has a script to his right?
Criticism. And as we know, this potential for doing
That was a jump cut.
things unthinkingly comes out of this space where we're able to be sort of distracted and dynamic, going from one thing to another. And so what the anti-rational.
That was a jump cut, and he looked to his right like 3 more times during that like 6-second segment.
Memes do is they hijack that space and entrench certain patterns of behavior that we can do unthinkingly. And again, they have to do that, otherwise we would be able to recognize them quickly and error correct our way out of doing them. So it's been a while since I've read Sam Harris's book Waking Up, where, this is where I first learned about mindfulness meditation. But I highly doubt he talks about memes in the book. But I do think that there is a sense in which
He highly doubts Harris talks about memes in the book. Why doesn't he just fucking search an ebook? They're not hard to download. even if you don't want to pay for them for some reason. Or doesn't it have an index? Why didn't he check the index? I bet you that book has an index. I'm curious now. It's actually like, I think it's like popular oriented enough that it doesn't necessarily have an index. Like it's possible it doesn't. And you can look for meme. So here we have memory, should be a little before that. Meditation, before that. Medicine, MDMA, no meme. So why did he not look it up? He's just an incompetent scholar. This is not hard. He had the book in front of him.
Or you just say irrationalities. I think that there's a sense in which being able to be more thoughtful.
A lot of the times he looks to the right, he's looking like up and to the right. It reminds me of the NLP thing, where they talk about like eyes going to different places indicates different types of thoughts. And I find it like a bit bullshitty, and I think they like overstate how accurate it is and stuff. But I haven't actually like carefully looked into it. I also have not like filmed myself to see if I move my eyes or something. But I have watched many other people do videos and I haven't noticed this.
And mindful about your space of thinking or capacity to think in a moment in which you might not be thinking can be extremely valuable.
You see how much, and it's always the one direction. And some of them aren't up, they're just right. But some of them are upright.
To overcome your rationalities. Of course, that is just kind of one step in the right direction. You need other kind of
again,
criticisms in order to actually not just fall right into that pattern of behavior. So I will link to Sam.
There was a jump cut, and also he turns his whole head to the right sometimes, really quickly. But only the right, never the left.
Harris's book in the description below, but I also highly recommend and will link to David Deutsch's book, The Beginning of Infinity, for more on memes, how knowledge works, a little bit about rationality.
Wait, the video's ending. He like didn't say anything. I mean, admittedly, I was super distracted and cut the video up a lot, but he didn't say anything, right? I don't think there was like a major substantive part that I missed somewhere in the middle.
Is my favorite book of all time, so highly recommend that you get that, and you can get both.
It's his favorite book of all time. Was that BOI?
So highly recommend that you get that, and The Beginning of Infinity is my favorite book of all time, so highly recommend that you get that, and you can get both for kind of maybe some kind of.
Was that a PewDiePie thing when he went so da-da? That seemed to me like it could be a PewDiePie thing.
Convergence on the two in regard to maybe how to unshackle from our irrationalities. And
there's another jump cut. Was there one right before it though?
Maybe how to unshackle from our irrationalities. And that is all for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed the
video.
No,
it's just one jump cut there.
If you haven't already, and I will see you next time. Keep making progress.
Okay, so I did not like that video. Let's see what Justin and Alan have to say. Okay, so is this it, or do I have to like search or something? Oh wait, that's fucking Twitch. Alright, nailed it. What? I'm not playing your video, Justin. I didn't start it. Yeah, there it is. It's a Luli friend, and you can see some of the other people from the same community. Luli is good at finding like really superficial people to say things like The Beginning of Infinity is their favorite book.
Alright, so I saw this comment.
Ooh, Justin's pretty quiet. Let's wand him.
Comment on this thread. I changed my mind about David Deutsch thread at Elliot's blog. And the person anonymous asked, the fuck is wrong with DD lately? So I was curious, so I went to that. And it's DD lately.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I saw the Family Guy in when I was looking at his YouTube history. You're right.
So I was curious, so I went to that. And I had to log out of Twitter because David Deutsch has blocked me.
Your voice sounded really like scratchy or something. It was partly because it was 1x, which makes it sound weird to me because I'm not used to 1x voices. But I think there was also possibly also an audio issue.
Because he's into open discussion and error correction.
Like you sound like your voice is tired, like you've already talked a lot today or something. Or maybe you just had a long day.
And so he says, after I logged out, by the way, it's blocking is so silly because you can just log out and see what people say. So David used block, it was not very effective. So David says an interesting connection, and then the thing he's quoting is this guy Hermes of
Okay, that Pokemon reference. You can also just like make another account and follow people. I wonder if you can add people to lists who are blocking you. I'm actually going to test that now. Can you add someone who's blocking you to a list? That would be hilarious if you can. Okay, so I go to what is with Twitter? It said there were 0 people, but then you see there's like 10 people on my list. Okay, info, add people, David, Deutsch, Ox, done. Did it really just add him to my list? Even though he's blocking me? It's hard to tell, because it was really buggy anyways. Like, he could easily not be showing up or not have any new tweets. I don't know. It didn't give an error message.
Who says critical mindfulness, a discussion on how mindfulness meditation may help in discovering the presence of rationality.
Oh yeah, so that reminds me, fucking DD retweeted this video. That's why I was watching this video. Like, so, to echo my anonymous blog comment, what the fuck is wrong with DD that he would retweet a video like this? Like, this video was terrible. Like, really, really terrible. I know he said BOI was his favorite book, but I don't think that alone, most near the end of a video, is enough reason to retweet the video. Did DD say something, or did he just... It's an open discussion, right? Oh no, it's probably not. Is it over here? Yeah, here it is. Oops. An interesting connection. Like, DD knows that a lot of mindfulness and meditation is bullshit. He's not a fan of that stuff, not actually.
Into rational memes. Okay, so I go to the video, I start watching, and I immediately have strong objections to the content. Forget about the like intro stuff. So I thought I would talk over those because I think it's actually an important issue, and it's an issue I've argued about with other people who've been into the sort of Popperian type community of ideas. So I'm gonna start the video and start talking.
Uh-oh, looks like Hermes made an oopsie. What? The infallible Hermes of reason made an oopsie. Yes, it's true. In my last video, I said some things that I was wrong to say.
Just this is a side comment. This is not the primary thing I'm gonna talk about, but just this is like the most try-hard, social, trying to be funny, doing voices intro. And it's not even very good for what it's trying to do. It's like, I mean, I'm definitely not the right audience for this kind of thing in the first place. But I feel like I have some sense of what's good within the genre and what's not. And this just is kind of, I don't know, it's not good. It troubles me. But anyway, that's a total tangential aside and not my main point at all.
Oh, by the way, I've watched some PewDiePie videos, and he didn't put me off. I didn't find him particularly annoying or awful or whatever. Like, I know he does various memeing and stuff, and I'm not like a huge fan, but it was like okay, just like I was saying Soph was. It wasn't awful. Whereas this guy, just immediately, I'm like, Jesus Christ, no.
I just didn't want to leave it without any comment.
Nah, just kidding. I actually just didn't explain it as clearly as I could have. So, second time's the charm. So it's critical mindfulness again, baby. But this time, explain and with memes. So in Sam Harris's book, Waking Up,
That's at least 3 jump cuts so far.
A Guide to Spirituality Without Religion, he emphasizes the problem of being lost in thought and how that kind of general distraction, or what he calls thinking without knowing that we're thinking, is a huge problem. And the reason why the problem is because, what he calls being lost in thought is basically a way in which we get distracted from living the lives that we actually want to live. So the case for mindfulness meditation here
That was another jump cut. That's like a lot of jump cuts to do that intro. Like it's so non-congruent for him. It's so out of his actual personality and modes of communication or whatever that it takes him like, you know, multiple separate mini chunks of very brief emoting in order to be able to make it. Like he can't actually go like 20 seconds straight doing his PewDiePie imitation. And he still thinks it's a good idea to put it in a video. Like if you need that many jump cuts, it's a sign that you shouldn't be making the video you're making. You have no right to that content. You don't own it. It's not something you actually understand what you're doing well enough. That many jump cuts is a sign of overreaching if you're trying to present this kind of thing. Like it's not necessarily bad to have a bunch of jump cuts in a video depending on what you're doing. Like, but for this type of video where he's trying to talk about ideas, and also for that just the casual intro that's supposed to be like, hey guys, preparing here, blah blah blah, you know? If you're just doing that intro, you should be able to say that like naturally.
Which is a central part of his book, a central practice he tries to teach, is that it will help us quickly notice when we are unthinkingly, I mean, people say...
Notice, by the way, it's talking about lost in thought, but then...
binge eat.
So he's talking about being lost in thought, but then talking about being unthinkingly led astray, and from the life you want. Being lost in thought, it has a connotation to me that's not really what he seems to be talking about when you're just... I mean, the negative connotation... Right, so if somebody's concentrating or pondering over something, and they're sort of like... Another way you say somebody's like in their own head or something, and it says, for example, Gwen didn't hear a word you said, she was lost in thought. So she was thinking deeply, pondering, introspecting, not really paying attention to the world. So I guess this guy is just relating Sam Harris's view. So maybe Sam Harris is the one who's using the term in a non-standard way, but whatever. All right, let's continue.
So we want, and this is actually happening everywhere. I mean, people.
Yeah, so I checked, and it just seems to be Hermes' fault.
People say binge eat, you know, even when they know that they don't really want to binge eat or they know they have a problem with that, but they
talking about binge eating is that's a really different topic than being lost in thought. That's a bad habit.
Still do it anyway. Now, what Sam Harris calls lost in thought or thinking without knowing that we're thinking isn't actually thinking. Thought is error correction.
All right, so let's back up because this is where it starts to go really off the rails. So I'm gonna step back a couple seconds because I want to talk about some other stuff he said.
Even when they know that they don't really want to binge eat or they know they have a problem with that.
Right. So stopping it here, if you do something like binge eat or smoke or whatever, even if you part of you might think that that's a bad idea, and you might have some real issues or concrete objections that you have to it. And like, you know, smoking causes health problems or costs money or whatever. Binge eating makes you fat and doesn't. Maybe it's like the stereotype is sometimes women will like binge eat ice cream if they're sad or something. And I'm not. That's just a common stereotype. So if you do that, part of you might object to it, but part of you, like, you're doing it for a reason. It's serving some sort of purpose. And so you can't actually say that you know that it's like wrong because you don't fully know. There's an internal disagreement. You can think of it as like there's at least a couple parts of you. And one of the parts of you objects to the binge eating, and the other part of you, or the smoking, or whatever it is, and the other part of you wants to do that and gets value out of that and doesn't see a problem with it. And so, and I'm just gonna let this play a little bit for a second.
They will still do it anyway. Now, what Sam Harris calls lost in thought or thinking without knowing that we're thinking isn't actually.
The Hermes guy is not trying to learn to respond to these Discord messages. His goal in this video is not to learn something, it is to teach other people. And he's starting as a teacher before he ever did the learning on any discussion forum or ever made videos where he's trying to study something. Like if you watch Justin's videos, you will see Justin like trying to figure out some grammar stuff and he's going through it and you can see he's trying to learn things. He's showing his learning process. Whereas this Hermes guy is not doing that at all. It is trying to be a polished PewDiePie style sort of video where he's teaching you and he's supposed to be presenting himself as the expert. And it's not just that he presents himself that way, it's that his actual life is focused that way. Well, maybe behind the scenes he tries to learn things, I don't know. But he's not doing public learning, which is crucial if you want criticism. You have to expose your ideas to criticism. He's not creating anything that's optimized for getting critical feedback. This video is not designed to get critical feedback. He will not interact with people like me and Justin. He doesn't want to. He's aware of our existence. He doesn't want to. He says The Beginning of Infinity is his favorite book of all time. But if you go to my website, beginningofinfinity.com, and then you click on discussion, and then you click on sign up here, you know, he has chosen not to do that. And to me, that says that he's not looking for criticism and feedback. he could, if he cared that much about BOI, like he says he does, find people who are involved in BOI in some way, like major fans of it, or people who were editors for the book, or people doing work in the field or stuff like that, and he could try to talk to them and get criticism and ask questions and whatever else. And he's clearly not doing that, or he would have contacted me or someone I know. If he's avoiding all of those people and sticking only to the Lully crowd who are unwilling to debate anything, that is an intentional choice that disqualifies him from presenting as an open-minded expert, whatever he's claiming to be. Anything David says to Harris on a podcast does not represent David's actual opinions reliably. A podcast like that is a public performance. If Sam Harris wanted to have a real and critical discussion with David, they would do it privately. Possibly both, but they would have private discussions on an ongoing basis where Harris could learn a bunch of things from David. That is not happening because Harris doesn't want to do that. David knows that. It's the same is true of a lot of other people. Harris is just one example. The fact that people are not spending time, at partially private time, emailing questions to David or whatever, indicates their lack of interest and so on. Which means if they're having a public discussion, it's just a performance for an audience. That's all it is. It's not part of an actual learning process that they care about primarily. The primary thing is putting on a show. And when David is talking to someone in the context of a show, it is different than presenting his serious thinking. David is quite shy about presenting his serious thinking and actual opinions and views on things. He largely hides them from Twitter. He was the founder of Taking Children Seriously, which he no longer ever mentions, and prefers people not mention that he was associated with. Because, not that he changed his mind about it, just he thinks that people don't like it and it's unpopular. Similarly, David had a political blog. It is no longer online, and he doesn't talk about it, and he normally does not publicly share those opinions. He certainly didn't go up to Harris on their podcast and say, "Why the hell are you anti-capitalism? You're trying to destroy Western civilization. You are the enemy. You are evil. You are doing harm. It would be better if you got hit by a bus and stopped hurting the world." He did not say that, even though that's basically his opinion, if you look at what his politics are and what he thinks. And he knows Sam Harris will never debate capitalism with him. Sam Harris is not open-minded to reconsidering his terrible ideas about production and trade and freedom. That is how David thinks. But Harris doesn't, and Harris doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't want to debate, doesn't want criticism, doesn't want to be questioned about it. And David goes on a podcast and just lets it go, lets it slide, doesn't say anything about it. So you cannot trust anything David said on that podcast to actually represent David's opinions. He was just trying to get fans for himself. That was his goal. He doesn't respect Harris. Harris is not a serious intellectual in David's mind. I don't think he'd want me to say that, but it's hard to it's hard to draw lines about what to say or not. I don't say the vast majority of what I know about David. I try to respect his privacy, but I have to say it's important, I think, to say little bits that, especially the kind of things you could infer just from public information. Really broad themes David being in favor of capitalism and what that means, I think are not secrets. They're not well known, but they're not secrets. Wait, what happened to my search? if you go read these blog posts, you will find some of David's actual opinions that are extremely contrary to Harris. David did not sign his name on each post, but his name is on the site right here. Those responsible for the website include, and then David Deutsch's name is number 1. And literally, the only other author mentioned is Alan, and you can ask Alan how many of the posts he wrote. I've actually never done that, but Alan, how many of the posts did you write for Setting the World to Rights? Because I would strongly guess that it's like less than 10%, not a huge amount of the posts. Would that be correct? Certainly it's less than half, and that nothing went up on the site that David didn't agree with or want. I would think. Like, he's not going to have his name on the site and then have things he thinks are like really bad on the site. Like, there could be minor disagreements, but he was involved with it in a major way. So his views are publicly available. This is a fucking archive.org. See, look, I got it. And so a person who wrote fewer than 10% of the posts was the only other person David could come up with to claim it was a group blog. He didn't even list Sarah as a contributor. By the way, I wrote posts, but only like a few. So you can get some of David's real opinions here. They literally let the domain name expire, in addition to like letting the site have a bunch of spam and then break and stuff. Anyways, when David's like glossing over their massive political disagreements, among other things, it doesn't mean anything if he says something that could be vaguely interpreted as like partially sort of maybe considering that meditation might have some value. Which isn't even wrong. Like, meditation is such a vague term that you can certainly come up with some version of meditating that's okay for some people in some situations or whatever. But doing that is nothing like considering like what is Sam's actual position on the matter, and do you agree with like most of that or not? Which is something David simply would not bring up or talk about on the podcast on purpose, in the same way he did not bring up politics. And he did not bring up that Sam Harris does explanationless science. He wrote in BOI about what explanationless science is and why it's bad. He's really strongly anti-explanationless science. But when he goes on Harris podcasts, I don't know if I've even listened to all of them, but I'm pretty sure he never said, hey, Sam, you literally did that explanationless science stuff that I talk about in my books. So you must think I'm completely wrong. Otherwise, you would think that your own scientific career was a fraud. It's one or the other. You can't be friends with me. You can't respect me as an intellectual, because either one of my main points says you're terrible, or else I'm wrong in a way where I think you're terrible, but I'm wrong. How can you just pretend nothing's wrong and that you're just like peers or whatever and everything's fine in that kind of situation? David's also not a fan of the moral landscape stuff or the God delusion, by the way. Here is some of Sam's explanationless science. It's also low quality and like it does not meet the standards of explanationless science. It's shoddy work, but on top of that, it's also in the category of what David calls explanationless science. Here's a little bit of Sam on capitalism, and here's my other blog post on Sam. By the way, tangentially, I have an archive of Studying the World to Rights, but it was meant for an Apache server, and my server is Nginx, and I have not done a conversion to make it load correctly. See, I did it with the old TCS site, which I put up here. So this is an archive that took very minimal conversion effort to get it to work with Nginx instead of Apache. But I haven't done it with setting the world to rights, and if someone else wants to do it, either convert it or get it hosted on Apache somewhere, I would be happy to give you the archive to put up somewhere of the setting the world to rights site. It was, we got it, Justin found some service that harvests web pages off of archive.org, so we got it that way. We also have an archive of takingchildrenseriously.com, which I do not trust them to keep live online indefinitely. But it's currently still there. Anyways, that Hermes guy doesn't want to have these discussions.
Thinking. Thought is error correction.
Right. So he's framing this discussion as like there's things you do and it's not really thinking. And I think that's a way of like the bad habits or whatever. And that's a very hostile framing to oneself because it's a way of attacking parts of yourself by saying, oh, those are just the thoughtless parts. They're stupid. They want me to do dumb stuff. I'm going to ignore those. And so what people do is and that's a very common sort of strategy being sort of presented here as some new approach or discovery or something. But it's a very common strategy that people engage in, that sort of self-alienation where they condemn parts of themselves. They're super judgmental and they just try and essentially impose change on their own personality, on their own habits by an act of will. And that doesn't work. People, like it might work for a little bit, but people tend to run out of willpower. It's like an ongoing cost of mental energy to do that. It's like an ongoing struggle. It's sort of like if you've been in a bad relationship where you're constantly fighting with somebody and it just drains you. Well, this sort of strategy of looking at part of yourself as stupid, as having stupid desires that need to be overcome through just willpower, that's basically engaging in a constant struggle against yourself, and not a good struggle, but just a draining, exhausting fight. So that's really bad. By the way, he says that thinking is error correction. I think that's like error correction is certainly this is more of a technical philosophy point, but error correction is certainly part of thinking. But like thinking, I would think also like if you think of thinking as involving like making a guess and then criticizing that guess, the making a guess part isn't actually necessarily an error correction step. The guess is what would be getting corrected. So the error correction is part of the process, but it's a distinct step, I think. So if anybody wants to, if I'm mistaken on that, I'd really like to know. But it struck me that was a potential error. But again, technical philosophy point. Okay, so the big point here though is it's a bad idea to condemn and alienate parts of yourself as being unthinking. A better approach is so there's this blog post by Elliot, and he talks about changing habits. People often think something they do is bad, and then they try to stop right away. I'm going to make this bigger. Like smoking or spending lots of time on Facebook. Often they don't do anything at all about it for a long time. Then they abruptly try to quit their habit. People only call something a habit if they think it's bad. That's true. First they didn't judge their activity. They weren't thoughtful. Then they get super judgy. They think of a reason it's bad and now view it as totally unacceptable. If something's a significant part of your life, or you otherwise find it difficult to stop, then don't try to quit abruptly. Pay attention to what you do. Pay attention to how you feel about it. Try to understand why you do it. Try to learn more things about it, both good and bad. Write down factual notes about what you do, including thoughts and feelings you have as part of the activity. Think of it as an information gathering phase. Don't threaten the activity. So this is don't like, this is me interjecting here. But
by the way, the stuff that I said about David, that's extremely typical of intellectuals. It's hard to know what Jordan Peterson's real opinions are and what's a performance. Certainly some of what he says is a performance. But he certainly also has some of his real opinions mixed in there. It's not all fake. And like more or less all the intellectuals are like that. Partly they're sharing their actual ideas and partly they're performers when they're having public conversations.
like don't call it an unthinking part of the product of an unthinking part of yourself. Like you have to go into it with an open mind. Maybe there's something good about the activity. Maybe it serves some role in your life you didn't realize or think about. So then continuing with what Elliot says, then that part of you will get defensive. Do introspection. Be more thoughtful, present, and mindful about it. So he talks about mindfulness, but this is a very different take. So that isn't an attack. Don't attack that part of yourself. And by the way, this is a book that basically applies this sort of approach to the topic of smoking. And it's basically an approach of self-persuasion. So I'm going to go back to, so Alan Carr's Easy Way to Stop Smoking. So everybody, like whatever habit you're trying to change, you can probably benefit from reading this. And I guess especially if you're a smoker, you should read that. Okay, I'm going to jump back to the video now. So let's see what else he has to say. Because I only watched up until about this point. And I was like, oh my god, I have to make a video commenting on this guy's video.
So in the case of binge eating, in spite of knowing that that's not really what you want, you have to not be thinking. It's not just your thinking is elsewhere. It is that you are actually not error correcting in that moment. Now,
right. So he's framing it really strongly as like this part of you that wants to do this activity that this other part of you disagrees with is just like mindless. So he's approaching it in a very super judgy frame. So don't be confused by like, oh, this guy, he's saying be mindful, and then Elliot's saying be mindful, so don't they really agree? No, this is a very different tack that he's taking, at least so far.
To think that meditation is about becoming thoughtless, but I think rather what Sam Harris is really trying to say is that it is about becoming more thoughtful, where you are actually able to have like this kind of critical distance from you doing something unthinkingly, to where then you can sort of like remind yourself, oh yeah, I don't actually want to do this. I don't actually want to binge eat. I'm not actually, still hungry and that type of thing. So it opens the door to creative criticism there in that moment.
Right. So it can be good to take a minute to remind yourself about stuff or like pause, take a break. If you have a habit of eating automatically at certain times and you want to change that habit, you could work in a break of like thinking, okay, do I actually need this food? I'm actually hungry right now. That can be good.
So in a very similar way that Sam Harris describes it, what mindfulness can get you to recognize is that you are not the appearances in your mind per se, but you are more like the mind space in which those appearances are coming and going. And so
this is very confusing and vague.
You're almost like the room of
You're the mind space in which the appearances are coming and going, something like that.
consciousness rather than what's in that room. Now, arguably, the defining quality of what makes a mind is its creativity. And creativity is dynamic. The whole notion of kind of going from one thing to another, and you might say being distracted, is actually like a necessary feature of our creativity, being able to rearrange and combine existing.
So first he said thinking is error correction, and then he said the defining feature of a mind is creativity. But creativity is like, it means creating things. Error correcting and creating are different things. They're certainly related, or at least can be related. But there's also a distinction there. And so he's sort of said the primary attribute of a mind is X, and then he said it's Y. And, that's bad. He should have his story straight.
Things and try to solve different problems and stuff like that. I mean,
this is a big tangent. I'm confused.
we have like a whole range of stuff that we could potentially be interested in, or a whole range of interesting problems that we could be interested in solving. And so it's necessary that we're able to kind of like go from one thing to another in that way.
I think it's bad that he is claiming implicitly that the social stuff he's doing is compatible with being an intellectual. It's compatible with being the kind of person who understands the book, The Beginning of Infinity, really well. I think he does a disservice to people when he communicates to them that they can be really social and pandering and all this crap he's doing and like memes and devil horn hand signals and whatever else, and they can do all that, and also they can be a super serial intellectual. Like, he's denying that there's a clash there or a choice there. Which, by the way, is not the standard view. The standard view is there is a choice to be made there. That you can be one type of person or another. That rocket scientists are a different kind of person who behave in like nerdy ways compared to rock stars. And he's saying, oh, you can just have both. Have your cake and eat it too. It's all great. And people who try to do that, in general, they usually fail at both, but they especially fail at being an intellectual. And so I think he's setting people up for failure, the same failure that he's failed himself. And I think that he partially knows he's a failure, and that he doesn't want to admit it, face it, fix it, but I think he partly knows it. And that he's hiding that from people. It's like the people who go on Facebook, and they know their life is not as good as they present it as being on Facebook. They put up their vacation pictures and whatever, and they try to present their life as really wonderful. And they know that they were bored at work last week, and that their life is not quite the same as they're trying to make it look on Facebook. And I think that Hermes is doing the same thing. He knows that he's not as successful of an intellectual as he's trying to present it as. He's presenting the Facebook timeline of his intellectualness on purpose and not on Facebook. Like, it's expected on Facebook. It is partially expected on YouTube, but to a lesser extent. YouTube is a more serious site than Facebook. It has different expectations. People overall, you find more like realness and genuineness on YouTube than on Facebook, I think. And also, it's expected to be fake like that with your vacation pictures, with typical Facebook material, not with your philosophy work. People think that if you're talking about philosophy, science, math, economics, programming, stuff like that you're not doing the social Facebook timeline feed, but are instead being real and being like nerdy and serious and whatever. And so when you do the social fake version of those things, it can actually trick people who get caught off guard.
So distraction is only a problem insofar as it relates to not actually thinking. But the ability to kind of have a wide range of things that you're interested in and kind of just hop from one thing to another and explore all of them in a way.
What the hell? He just said distraction's only a problem in that how it relates to not actually thinking, something like that. But the thing, Harris was talking about actually thinking, like getting distracted by actually thinking, not getting distracted by not thinking.
is a good thing.
So is the point that like getting distracted can be good, except when you're distracted by your like bad unthinking habits or something? Is that's I don't know.
If you're solving problems and you're having fun and stuff like that, there's nothing to worry about. Although given that our minds work in this way,
Oh, backing up. Regarding information I share about David, what he would approve of me sharing or prefer that I share is not the standard that I use. I take that into account, but the standard, the key standard is what have I agreed to? What has he consented to? What do I have a right to share? What does he have a right to object to? Because there are things where he himself would agree, I have every right to say it, but he would prefer I don't. He doesn't want me to. For whatever reason, he thinks that that is contrary to his interests or whatever. And I still tend not to say those things, but I will sometimes if I have reason to. I think people do know that, Justin. If you ask them, they might not know that in, a conversation. But I think that they partially factor it in when they're reading timelines. They're used to it. It's everywhere. They have to know it. Just partially know it. They're immersed in that culture. They participate in it correctly. Not everyone does, but a lot of them do. And I think they switch modes for math and science and philosophy. Or they expect a mode switch. Not every time. And it depends on the signaling. This guy does a bunch of social signaling, so people might stay in social mode and see it just the same as an Instagram feed. So they might not be fooled. But they might also say, well, this guy says BOI is his favorite book, and he used some big words, and he talked about Sam Harris, so he's probably smart like Sam Harris. And Sam Harris doesn't present as super nerdy, so that proves that you don't have to present as nerdy as David Deutsch does in order to actually be smart. Because David and Sam are both smart, and one of them is more cool. And, that appears to be compatible and stuff. And by the way, it's not a strict incompatibility. You could present as suave and good-looking and well-spoken and whatever, and also be a good philosopher. It's not out of the question, but it's atypical, and there's reasons that people usually aren't both. And that a lot of the people who appear to be both are not good at the intellectual stuff. I think there certainly are contexts where you expect people to exaggerate, and you're not surprised if they exaggerated a bit. You wouldn't call them liars or whatever, but you also sort of know in the back of your mind not to expect literal truth from this stuff. And then there are other contexts where people would expect literal precision, when their banker sends them a bank statement. They're expecting that's going to be exactly right. It's a different kind of context. They go into a different mode, and they expect it to be penny accurate. Whereas when their friend says I'll be there in 5 minutes, they're not at all surprised if it takes 8 minutes. So people to some extent have that mode switching thing going on. They know what's a more precise context. They often get more serious for work stuff and when money's involved. So Feynman was in some ways charismatic and stuff, but he was also somewhat nerdy in how he came off to people. He was mixed. But for a physicist, he was pretty suave. I don't know what a lot of the old thinkers were like. Burke was a good public speaker. I don't know what Godwin was like in person, I know that one time Godwin said something along the lines of, that guy wants to have a debate in person in real time on a stage with an audience so that he can play off the emotions of the audience, and that if he was serious, he would want to debate the matter in writing. And, you know, I agree with Godwin's sentiment in general. But Burke was very good at public speaking. I'm sure there were other ones who could public speak well. David's not a bad public speaker, by the way, but he's not like an impressive public speaker as far as the speaking goes, as opposed to the content. That's how I see myself as well. Like, I can talk, and I'm not bad at it, but I don't think I impress people with charisma or anything. Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson, though, um, there's quite a bit of charisma in what they're doing, I think. I think that they can actually impress people, sort of separate from what they're saying, and separate from they said a bunch of smart sounding stuff. Um, I think they do certain social signaling and come off as like confident and whatever. I've seen some Popper clips and he talks in kind of like a slow, dignified way. Like there's a certain thing that Popper's doing that's capable of impressing people, but it's different than the like middle-aged sexy guy. He didn't have any sex appeal. He wasn't funny. And he wouldn't appeal to people who are not intellectual. They might be impressed by him and think he's smart, but they wouldn't actually like it. Whereas I think someone like Peterson or Harris can talk to an audience that doesn't like to think, and still they like listening to him. Yeah, telling jokes is a type of social calibration. That's a skill set that people put work into. Some people become funny during childhood in a kind of natural way, whereas others practice it over time at a later age. I have no idea if Harris is a natural or not, but it's within the like social skill set of how to be charismatic and stuff. I'd put it in that category. And I think it's largely inappropriate for serious intellectual work. I think like the occasional joke is okay uh for like fairly serious but not fully serious stuff. Like in David's TED Talks, he has that line about that doesn't prevent them from both being completely false when you're sort of expecting him to say true. So that was funny. Like I think that's okay, but only because it's TED rather than his book. And TED is less serious. Yeah, Justin, I think that's a bad sign. I don't think it's like a 100% damning sign. So I don't know about the word inherently. Yeah, that might not be quite the word you mean, and I'm not sure exactly what you mean. But I would say it is a bad sign, but it's not decisive. It's not the only factor to consider. By the way, Feynman complained about that specific issue. Um, Feynman got the Nobel Prize, and then after he got the Nobel Prize, all these like non-physicists and non-intellectuals came to his public lectures. Yeah, I know, I can hear it too. I think it's a lawnmower. It's not going over my noise gate, but when I talk, then it opens my mic, and then you probably hear it some. Anyway, So Feynman got the Nobel Prize, and then these people, he got new attendees at his lectures, and he said that kind of sucked because he felt that he had to say stuff that they would understand or appreciate, so they wouldn't like regret coming. He felt a lot of pressure to do that. Which, by the way, I think he should have just given the lecture he wanted to give. Put a warning on the flyers or whatever, like, you know, advertise it correctly, and then just give his actual lecture he wanted to, and if they don't like it, too bad. But he actually changed a bunch of his lectures to make them more accessible to the people who kept showing up. So it had a significant effect on what he got to say, because he couldn't do a bunch of technical physics and math stuff for those people. Oh, and in terms of charismatic philosophers, I'm pretty sure that some of the Greeks and Romans were like Cicero or Cato or someone. And if you look at like Socrates and that era, I don't know which ones were and weren't, but I'm pretty sure some of them were like good public speakers and stuff.
The space of, potentially moving from one thing to another is the space in which unthinkingness, or you might even call it rationality, rears its head or takes advantage of and exploits. And there are real things out there that are looking to take advantage of that dynamic capacity of our minds. And those things are what David Deutsch in his book, The Beginning of Infinity, in particular his chapter, The Evolution of Culture, calls anti-rational memes.
So I might be misremembering, but I don't recall David like framing, because basically this guy Hermes seems to be saying that like we can do all sorts of stuff and switch topics and change our minds about what to focus on, and that's good. But then in doing that and being able to, well, let me go back a bit.
There is the space in which, there's nothing to worry about. Although given that our minds work in this way, the space of, potentially moving from one thing to another is the space in which unthinkingness, or you might even call it rationality, rears its head or takes advantage of and exploits.
That was such vague bullshit. Like, seriously. That was a lot. That was really empty.
And there are real things out there that are looking to take advantage of that dynamic capacity of our minds. And those things are what David Deutsch in his book, The Beginning of Infinity, in particular his chapter, The Evolution of Culture, calls anti-rational memes. So a meme is like a behavior with its corresponding meaning or idea that gets itself replicated in the same way that genes get themselves replicated, namely by just simply outcompeting their rivals.
So there's a couple of issues that I have with what he's saying so far. And also just a more of a meta comment at first is that if he wants to talk about The Beginning of Infinity or even whatever the Harris book or whatever he mentioned earlier, he should have the text on the screen and talk about it and like use quotes and talk about it in a serious way. It's instead of like he's making himself very primary.
Oh yeah, I complained about this with Brett Hall's videos about BOI. You just like, you see Brett. He occasionally like reads out loud quotes from BOI. Like why no text on screen? What are they doing? Like, is it lazy editing? If you want to do lazy editing, just do videos the way I do it. Just record your screen and don't edit. And I mean, you can record your screen and put a webcam on in the corner if you want one. You could even make a big webcam and take up like half your screen if you wanted to. And you would still have half your screen to put some text on and quotes and books and whatever. It's not hard.
And the video and his like apartment or whatever this is, as opposed to,
I mean, fucking like girl streamers, Thoughts or whatever, they frequently are not full screen on their cam. Right? Like, you see like Twitch girls, and they will full screen like between games of whatever they're playing or whatever, or when they're talking to their chat, they'll full screen their cam. And then they'll like play a game, and their camera will take up like just the little corner, like they'll do it like larger than the average size of a guy's camera. But I want to show... What the fuck? Dragon Age? Did Demo Pro open? There we go. Okay, look. Like plenty of girls will stream with their boobs in that area of the screen, and that's it. Like, maybe a little more. Like, sometimes you'll see like this or something. Like, they don't go half the screen high when they're playing a game, I don't think. Like, not quite that much. You do not have to full screen the entire time. That's, I think that actually it's important not to. Like, you have to have highs and lows. it's like, you know, part of the time your boobs are really big, and then they get smaller, and the guy's like, well, if I keep watching, this game will end, and she'll full screen her boobs again. So there's like an important, that it's not just straight in your face the entire time, that there's ups and downs. I think that's better for whoring out. Yeah, always leave them wanting more. Like you turn on the shit and then you turn it off again. Anyway, YouTube. I just wanted to skim a Brittany Venti stream. I think she goes back and forth a bit, but I don't remember super clearly. Wait, what the hell are these? These are like 10 minutes. Oh, here we go. Wait, this has a different guy on it.
Math is correct, but yeah, I mean, there does seem to be
Okay,
very
this is
high.
not representative.
So,
Jesus, though, look at the angle she chose to show off her boobs with. Jesus. Alright. Maybe she has a different channel for streaming. Venti stream. Destiny. Why is it hard to find her, like, actual streams? Are they on Twitch or something? Venti. I thought she streamed on YouTube. Did she get fucking banned or something? I mean, she appears... All the right-wing ones got banned. You don't get banned for being a thought. Like, there are other thoughts. No one cares. It's just because she went to the, like, Charlottesville rally or whatever it was. And, you know, talks with Nick Fuentes and shit like that. She's just too right-wing. That's what she's being banned for. It's not for her boobs. Brittany Venti banned while viewing YouTube shooters content 1 year ago. Brittany Venti banned from Twitch again for doing an African-inspired cooking stream. Jesus, what you could get banned for. It's fucking ridiculous. Wait, what? Twitch forces black streamer to submit DNA analysis over African cooking show? Oh, did she claim she was African? Or black? I always figured she was white. Oh, banned an African-American girl for an Africa-themed cooking show, and seemed to accuse her of being a white cultural appropriator. I don't know, I think she's kinda white. Like, I think she should be able to do an African cooking show and whatever, but she's obviously race baiting. Like, they're not wrong about that. She's done other shticks. She, like, pretended to be, like, a Christian and got, like, a Bible and, like, a nun dress or some shit in one of her streams. But she didn't get banned for cultural appropriation from YouTube for that. Wait, did she get banned from Twitter too? Or was it just that tweet? Oh, okay. Vids? Oh, she streams on DLD Live or something? What the fuck is this? She has 4,000 followers on this channel? That's like low. She had way more than that on YouTube. By the way, I found her because she made a video that was really quite funny. It was like 20 minutes. What was it? I think I newslettered it. She was doing like a fake interview where she was pretending to be like a feminist who was like, women could do mass shootings too. Something like that. And she said how like women should get more credit per like body because they're women, basically. They should get like bonus points, like their kills count more. So I thought it was funny. Why is there nothing when I clicked on videos though? Oh, do you click on replays? There's also nothing? What the hell is this website? Seriously, video... Right, she wanted like equal representation of mass shooters. Did she suggest like training women to be mass shooters so that they could be equally represented or something? That seems like the kind of thing she would have said in that video. Wait, I'm already in Chrome. It just didn't work. I'll just try YouTube again, and if that doesn't work, I'm giving up. Maybe under playlists? Is there like a streams playlist? Oh well, I'll just click on like a random video. Okay, look, first of all, she's not even full screen. She put fucking text on the screen. Like, even with that fucking thumbnail, like such a whorish thumbnail, the video literally didn't start with her face. This is a very visual video. Not everything is read out loud.
Magazines. I'm on billboards and shit.
Have any of you
Look, you can't see her face the whole time. She has other
ever
stuff.
wondered where
I'm on a billboard in Las Vegas as plus, which means
and Horseshoe will serve as the playing ground for a different kind of worship, where sacred meets profane. And then, on the code of conduct, it proceeds to say, dress code, look worthy.
I get it.
Yeah.
There's people that pay money to see that.
I don't poop.
And her co-host, Beta
Yeah, so the scenes like this, where you can actually see Brittany, are like 10% of the video, maybe a quarter. I don't know. It's not full time. So that was my point. Even a total internet whore does not put her picture on 24/7 on her videos.
Making the books primary. The books essentially are just props, and I think that's a problematic thing.
Brittany Venti, by the way, has put like large amounts of text on screen and said pause if you want to read it. And then you can read it, and she's actually like quoted people that she's arguing with and given like, you know, paragraph long quotes followed by like paragraph long counter arguments. She's put that kind of shit in her videos with like quotes and responses like you do in a fucking email. Don't call her a whore on stream. I know her Twitter says like not a thought. That was like her handle. Except she totally is. Like I mean, I thought she was a thought before, and then I saw her recent thumbnails where she has like a big, you know, dick-shaped thing in front of her mouth with like a star where it touches her mouth. So, yeah. And then I clicked on her interview with that guy when she did the Skype call, and she had her webcam like 5 feet above her pointing down at her boobs. Maybe not 5 feet, but like she had a serious angle on that thing. So you could see the entire top of her boobs. Anyway, that person, she's actually like kind of intellectual sometimes. And has put serious quotes and responses in text into videos that you can pause and read like a screen full of text. I think there was one where she did like a succession of like 6 screens of like text and shit. And she just put each one up for like 1 second and you could pause and read them all if you wanted. That might have been in her takedown of Shoe. So the point was, compared to this guy, or Brett, who like put up no text on their screen, even when they're quoting from a book. That's like a serious intellectual book. And Brittany will put up like actual text quotes of like a YouTube personality in her takedown video, which was more serious than what this guy is doing. Lauren Southern, by the way, also had her serious moments. Like, she bought some stupid paywalled bullshit scientific paper, some like psych study, and did like a takedown in a video. And by the way, did not have her face plastered on the screen the entire time.
But also, so he's right that memes involve, he's talking about memes and replication. But if you're talking about like a problematic habit that someone has, like you brought up binge eating. And so the first thing is that like you could have a habit that is just, conceivably you could have some bad habits, it's just like some weird thing you made up on your own, where it wouldn't even be a meme. But I would guess the probably most bad habits aren't like people's original own creative things. It's something that they copied from somewhere else. So okay. So one thing I think Hermes' discussion leaves out so far is a meme that you regard. And by the way, I'm calling them bad habits, even though I'm assuming for the sake of argument that they're bad habits, even though I do really think that.
Yeah, Brittany has put like a lot of research into some of her attacks on other YouTube personalities, which is interesting. She can be quite mean too. But also, some of her arguments, not all of them, were good. Like, she had some good points. But I think she mixed in unfair arguments too, along with the good points. It's more convincing if like half your points are good than if none of them are. Hermes should try that. If he would just make half of his points good, he could be as convincing as Brittany Venti.
If you want to change stuff, you do have to look at stuff in a more like non-judgmental way. But just for the sake of argument, okay, let's say you have some bad habits or whatever. The way that Hermes presented it,
that was pretty rude what I just said. But yeah, I didn't feel like half of his video was any good, so he's missing the bar there. Like, even to be a bad video, he missed the bar.
Almost like the memes are kind of like lying in wait for you to be distracted or something, and then they get their shot in, and maybe take control for a while. And I think that could be a reasonable description for some stuff, maybe. But a lot of stuff that people regard as like a bad habit that they have is really just part of a larger meme, I think. So like, for example, there's the binge eating thing that you brought up, and I brought up the example earlier of like if somebody is sad because of a breakup and then they binge eat ice cream, and the stereotype is it's a girl that does this, so maybe they binge eat like Ben and Jerry's with their girlfriends to get over it. And that's in that sort of situation, it's not really it's not really like the memes are lying in wait. It's kind of part of the script. It's part of what you do to get over a breakup is, to engage in that activity of the eating of ice cream. And you might see problems with that. Like you might not like the fact that you gain weight when you eat a bunch of ice cream or something like that, but you're engaging in the activity for a reason, which is presumably something like when you have some emotional pain because of something like a breakup, then hanging out with your friends and eating something tasty like ice cream distracts you and makes you feel better for a while. Now, phrased that way, like you're doing something because you're sad and then you want to do some stuff that makes you feel happy, that actually sounds like pretty reasonable behavior. So even if we presume that there's some irrationality, some irrational meme involved at some level in the scenario of the breakup and then the...
Oh, hello 8 viewers, by the way. Feel free to talk. Also invite your friends, thanks.
Eating of the Ben and Jerry's, you can't necessarily presume you know exactly where it is. It could be that like given some...
Like, totally off-topic questions are perfectly fine and welcome. You don't have to just say on-topic things. Just ask anything. I don't care if it's off-topic.
Set of premises, which you could doubt and you could say, well, there's some mistake in the premises, but given some set of premises, the behavior is actually pretty reasonable. And there might be various changes that you could make in order to deal with the problems that you see with the binge eating of ice cream. Like maybe you could switch to that like low-calorie Halo Top ice cream, or maybe you could change your post-breakup activities with your friends to like some physical activity, like going for a run or something like that. Like there's various, or maybe you could reconsider your theories on romance. Like there's all sorts of levels of there's all sorts of changes you can make at different levels to address the issues that you see. But I think what I'm getting at is that like one of the dangers that I think people can run into when they're talking about anti-rational memes is that they get very arrogant about, like they hear this idea, which is very powerful, they read about it in BOI or whatever, and they kind of get the gist, and then they become very arrogant about their ability to successfully identify anti-rational memes, and so it becomes another sort of tool in what I think I referred to earlier as like self-alienation, where they try and suppress and cut off and deny parts of themselves because they've decided that, oh, this part or that part is part of an anti-rational meme, as opposed to investigating themselves and their reactions and what they like non-judgmentally. They use the framing of anti-rational memes in order to be hyper-judgmental and to say, oh, well, BOI says this is dumb, so, and that I think is really harmful, and it can be really self-destructive. If you can make small improvements to your situation where you figure out something like I was saying earlier, where, oh, if you want to do the binge eating ice cream to get over the breakup with the boyfriend ritual, you figure out like some low-calorie ice cream you like, or change to a different, or maybe you can change to a different activity but still do social stuff with your friends or whatever. Those are ways to improve your life, and those are valuable, but you'll only be looking for those ways to improve your life if you treat your, like the things that you want, the parts of yourself that want that, as legitimate, as parts that, like you have to have a tolerant, self-accepting attitude in order to even identify opportunities to make these small changes. If you don't have such an attitude, then what you do is you try and do more revolutionary changes without having the background of engaging in the sustained effort at self-persuasion that making big changes involves. Because, it could be like, well, you try and make one change and maybe it helps a little, but then you run into another problem, and then you make another change and it helps a little, but then you run into another problem, and then you realize, okay, at this point, you tried smaller stuff, it hasn't quite done the job, so then you make a bigger change. But to just start with a bigger change at the outset because you decided that part of yourself is like bad or irrational or unthinking or driven by anti-rational memes or whatever it is, that's not a good attitude. It's sort of like, this is a total analogy, and it's a loose analogy, so I don't want to say it's like, a one-to-one perfect match or anything, but it's like, under capitalism, if you want to improve the situation in the world, there's all sorts of stuff you can do. You can start a business, you can invent a product, you can write a book and try and get people to buy it. You can, there's a million things you can do. But in order to see those opportunities, you have to, at some level, like you have to think that the society you're living in is like good and decent in some way and worth improving. If you don't accept that, then like if you think it's a fundamentally illegitimate sort of society, then you get this sort of situation we have with the left right now, where they want to make, like they think the society is bad. They're not looking out for opportunities to make incremental improvements. Instead, they kind of want to tear the whole thing down and start.
Kyle, read some of this website. It's like a Reddit for the tech industry. And as far as job interviews, there are like books and whatever else specifically to prepare you for job interview questions in tech. I don't know where you look it up exactly, but you can find material with typical tech interview questions and whatever. It depends on the type of job. Like web dev doesn't get like all the algorithms questions that like a Google software engineer gets, which are hard and require like prep, even if you're a good programmer. You can also just learn general interviewing skills and salary negotiation skills. I like this Ramit Sethi guy for job interview material. So here's just a random thing he made, but search for this guy, and he has videos and blog posts about job interview stuff and salary negotiation, which is also really important and related issue. Ramit Sethi is very mainstream. His stuff is targeted at normal people doing normal things. So it works pretty well in normal situations. I talked with him once though, and he was not, he didn't really want to think in an intellectual way, was basically my impression. He's very social, because I contacted him twice actually. The first time, I wrote some like interesting, serious comments about like his book or something he wrote or made. And it was like, you know, somewhat friendly and like agreeing with part of it and like writing serious commentary. And he ignored me. And he's like popular and gets a lot of messages and stuff. So it's not too surprising. But anyways, later, I found something of his that I did not like. I thought it was bad. And I wrote some harsh and strong criticism. And this time, I sent it to my own email group, but I CC'd Ramit Sethi because I was criticizing him. I thought, alright, I'll let him have a copy if he's interested, as like a courtesy. And he like immediately replied to me. And then I wrote back and he like immediately replied again, and he wrote me like 5 emails in like an hour. So when I was like more of a fan, a friendly person, or trying to be like a peer or colleague, he just ignored me. But when I was a critic, that's not what he normally gets. It had a different social vibe to it than what he's used to it, so it stood out, and then he paid attention to me. He didn't like it and we stopped talking, but he seriously paid attention to me the moment that I was saying negative things about him to other people, rather than trying to get his attention and talking to him directly. Like the first email was to him, and it was hoping to have a conversation with him. The second email was to other people, and I did not expect him to reply or care if he replied, and that's when he replied. He was acting so like girls doing dating or that kind of thing. And I think it's notable that people like that, like he teaches how to play the social game and do office politics and get along with people and be liked by people, etc., etc. He teaches that stuff, but he also does it himself in his own life. It's not just an act, like he is that kind of person that he's teaching you to be. Which in some way it's good, it's congruent, you know, he's not like putting on a show, But also, it's kind of sad because when you watch some of his material, you think maybe this guy's smart because, you know, some of his points are quite good. He explains some of the things quite well. You're like, this could be a cool guy to know. But then you try to talk to him a little, and he's just totally a social panderer person, total social metaphysics, totally second-handed, doing just very normal social dynamics and getting caught up in it the same way as he's teaching you how to manipulate people, but he is vulnerable to the exact same manipulations that he teaches you to use on other people. Rather than him seeing this is how you manipulate people, and then also knowing how to defend against it, he just thinks that's how life is. He teaches people to do it, but he also has it done to him, and he's fine with that. So I think that's interesting that he's like that. Patio 11 has elements of that as well, because Patio 11 sees through a lot of social manipulation stuff on his Twitter. But he doesn't object to it. He's not against it. He's fine with people doing it to him. And he'll respond positively to it some. Which I find a bit sad, like, because I'm like impressed that someone sees the game rules that well and they know what's going on and how things work. And I would expect that they would be a bit red pill and not be such a fan of the game once they understand how it works. But some of the people, they learn the unwritten rules of society and then just totally embrace them and are perfectly happy to follow them, not just use them to get what they want from other people, but to follow them when other people initiate with them, to respond appropriately as one is supposed to. They try to play all the roles and just always follow the rules instead of doing it in a more selective and selfish way.
You on a different set of premises. And so when people do that, that can often be, you know, it's often been historically very, very destructive. And so it goes for societies and so it can go for individuals. And let me say that like there's something good about looking for problems and wanting to improve them. Like if you're just like, oh, everything's perfect, I don't want anything to change, whether about society or about yourself, that's clearly bad. Because there's always things that could be improved. But you also, like, you want to make sure both that you have the right standard for what would be an improvement and also that you have the right method. And I guess my comments here with regard to personal improvement, and the themes discussed in this video have been more about method. It's like, you know, you don't want to be pressuring yourself to make big changes that you haven't adequately explained to yourself the basis for. It's sort of like, if you're struggling with something isn't easy to change, then your attitude to yourself should be sort of like your attitude to a friend. And when I say that, like, I assume, like, I'm saying it from the perspective of you as a friend who's not like a pushy asshole, but is just more trying to be like friendly and persuasive and, you know, bring up a point or two when they're open to it, but not be pressuring, not be pushy, not be controlling. So, okay, let's continue with this video a little bit.
And the anti-rational memes do this by suppressing creative criticism, while there are rational memes which rather encourage creative criticism. So especially the anti-rational memes that suppress creative criticism, they have to take advantage of this space or potential for doing things unthinkingly. Because if you're thinking, that means you'd be error correcting, that means you would be using creative criticism. And as we know, this potential for doing things unthinkingly comes out of this space where we're able to be sort of distracted and dynamic, going from one thing to another. And so what the anti-rational memes do is they hijack that space and entrench certain patterns of behavior that we can do unthinkingly. And again, they have to do that, otherwise we would be able to recognize them quickly and error correct our way out of doing them.
So my biggest comment here is that, like, there's
being able to do things unthinkingly is really important. That's how we walk. That's how we talk. Like, it's not the words we say that are unthinking, but the how we say them, like saying the correct sounds out of our mouth is something we do without thinking about it. It's really good when you get a skill, so it takes less or, you know, approximately zero conscious attention. Then you can, you know, walk and chew gum. If walking took your conscious attention, you couldn't chew gum at the same time. You can walk and chew gum precisely because you've gotten so good at walking, it's so automatic and unthinking that you no longer need to think in order to successfully walk. Yeah, people take into account a lot of context when they're solving a problem. So they're not consciously paying full attention to all of the context, they just automatically take some of it into account. That is a common thing, that's good. I agree with that example.
There's something about, so the description is, let's see, a discussion of how mindfulness meditation may help in discovering the presence of irrational memes. Now, that's a pretty big topic, where basically 5 minutes out of 6 minutes, we're 5 minutes in out of 6 minutes total in the video, and he's just basically gotten his description of memes out, like even what they are, which I found, like not to be the clearest presentation. But I mean, part of it is like there's a lot of meme content in BOI. There's a lot of discussion about the topic, and he's trying to compress that in, like, you know, not very much time, and then relate it to the topic of mindfulness meditation. So
he was trying to compress it, and that wasn't even the topic of his video. He was making that like a part of the video, was to like summarize BOI meme stuff really, really fast or something.
And so the whole video, given the scale of the topics that he wants to give a treatment to, the whole video is just trying to accomplish too much. And if he wants to give people like practical advice about dealing with things like binge eating or something, you don't need, this is going to be my original comment, you don't need the conceptual framework of memes to make a short video that's useful about that topic. Like, you know, you could talk about this book or this essay. You don't need to try and bring in the whole discussion of anti-rational memes. It's unnecessary. If you want to discuss anti-rational memes, or memes in general, that's also a fine topic. But you shouldn't be trying to shoehorn in that discussion into another discussion. Or at the very least, you should have like, you know, your hour-long meme video, and then you link that, and then, you know, that can be like the prerequisite video, and then people can watch your stuff that builds off of that. That would be a reasonable structure. But I don't think this is a very reasonable structure, and I don't think it's a very good or clear treatment. And like, he's not going to say a lot in a minute that's going to help anybody.
And it's not just the issue of would it help someone else. What about helping himself? Is he going to learn more about memes by giving this 1 minute careless, sloppy summary? No. He's not trying to further his own understanding here. He's not trying to work out a better, more detailed understanding of the matter. He's not thinking out loud either. This is like scripted. And then, on the other hand, is he going to get criticism of his understanding of memes that helps him understand it better? Is he going to get good critical feedback? Not really. He might get complaints that it was vague and dumbed down, you know, but he's not going to get criticism as actual understanding of the topic, which, while I'm skeptical it's very good, I'm sure it goes into more detail than what is in this video. Like, I'm sure he knows more about it than what's in this video. If he actually wrote all that down, we could give him useful feedback, but we can't actually figure out very well what he's getting right and wrong based on this video. So even if he was listening to us and we wanted to help him, this video would not work.
Uh-oh. Looks like Hermes made an oopsie.
Much, you know? Like, that's just not enough time. Like, you're not going to give people very useful discussion about meditation advice to the extent that could be useful.
Yeah, well, Justin, your video is 41 minutes of analysis of a 6-minute video. You went into a bit more depth on what you covered or didn't cover, or what you think and stuff. Although, that particular point, I think I just heard Hermes say something when I was replaying him and just commented. I think I saw something about it before on Discord or in Alan's blog post, which I haven't read, but I saw like a few words from. I don't know, I remember seeing that issue before. And so I was mostly just commenting. It wasn't like a direct reply to the video. But yeah, I can comment on what you said in the video a lot more than I could on what Hermes said.
You're not going to convey that in such a short amount of time because you had, you know, so much introductory discussion. You know, there's like the social intro, and then the stuff about Harris, and then the stuff about being distracted, and the human capabilities, and then the meme stuff. And now he's going to get to meditation. So let's continue.
So it's been a while since I read Sam Harris's book Waking Up, where, you know, this is where I first learned about mindfulness meditation.
He's just like saying he didn't read it for a while. Like, why did he only read it once if it's so good? How many times has he read BOI? Like, if it's his favorite book, has he read it like 5 times yet? That seems like a reasonable number to get started, and then reread it every few years as well. Like, what sort of effort has he actually put into these books that he's talking about?
But I highly doubt he talks about memes in the book. But I do think that there is a sense in which, you know, or, you know, just say rationalities. I think that there's a sense in which,
Like, why didn't he check before he made this video with the content? Like, he couldn't even, like, I mean, I don't know when the Harris book came out, but even if it was conceivable that it came out, you know, when like memes had been part of the discussion and Harris could know about them, like, you just like check the index, man. Like, honestly. And why do you have paper copies of books? Like, what is that? Just get text, get Kindle it.
Yeah, the index, that's what I said. Justin, you made the same point. And I literally checked, and it has an index, and you can view the index on Amazon. But, I mean, he has a paper copy with an index as well.
At least, you know, like, anyway.
able to be more thoughtful and mindful about your space of thinking or capacity to think in a moment in which you might not be thinking can be extremely valuable to overcome your rationalities. Of course, that is just kind of one step in the right direction. You need other kind of creative and conceptual type criticisms in order to actually not just fall right back into that pattern of behavior. So I will link to Sam Harris.
So, like, seriously, talking about even one simple example of...
Oh, I totally forgot. You can also just search on Amazon. Amazon waking up. Oh. Wait, it was auto-completed, wasn't it? Oh, well, waking up. Wait, what the fuck? Not waking up White. Waking up Harris. But you can fucking search inside this book and hit meme. 0 results for meme. There we go. Let's try some other words. Gene. Yeah, gene comes up. Reason. Oh, reason comes up a lot. Show 20 more results. Deutsch. Oh, 0. Burn. Pinker. Ooh, Pinker's in it. And see, you can search books. It's fun. He should try that.
Method, because like maybe Hermes has something useful to say about this topic. Seriously, like that, like he could have some good useful tips that people might find helpful. But the discussion has been at such an incredibly high level of abstraction from anything real that we'll never know.
Book in the description below. But I also highly recommend we'll link to David Deutsch's book, The Beginning of Infinity, for more on memes, how knowledge works, a little bit about rationality. The Beginning of Infinity is my favorite book of all time, so highly recommend that you get that, and you can get both for kind of maybe some kind of convergence on the two in regard to maybe how to unshackle from our irrationalities. And that is all for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed the video. Please hit like and subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you next time. Keep making progress.
I will be hitting neither. What I will do, however, is I will link both this Changing Habits essay, which I only read some of, so you should read the rest, and this Amazon link for Easy Way to Stop Smoking, because those can actually be helpful.
He said something like unshackling or irrationalities. He also threw in maybe, which is unnecessary. If it's information about how to unshackle your irrationalities, you're not saying it's guaranteed to work. You don't have to head with a maybe. But also, unshackling irrationalities is not the right terms. It's like a new metaphor. It wasn't part of what he was talking about, and it's not very clear. Like, irrationalities are now like shackles? Why? How so? Like, he's not explaining it. And he's just throwing it in at the end. They're like shackles because they keep us down. They make it harder to think. Like, literal shackles, you're just stuck, like, sitting there all day. Like, you're shackled to the wall or whatever. So you can think, you just can't do much else. So it's not a very good comparison directly. But so anti-rational memes are like limiting. They imprison us in the walls of or the boundaries of bad ideas or something. Does it mean that? Well, first of all, shackles are different than prisons. Like a prison cell and a shackle are different things. They have somewhat different purposes. Sometimes both are used at the same time, but frequently not. But also, like, all of that is just kind of vague. And he hasn't explained. It's just sort of reason is good and frees us from the bad ideas or something. It's like that level of quality thinking.
But so overall, like I didn't really get the point of the video. I didn't really find that it clarified anything. And my
Didn't get the point of the video. Yeah, I would agree with that. That was also my impression of the video. And you're supposed to be able to watch it in 6 minutes, or probably 3 minutes, because, like, why wouldn't you be able to watch it at 2x? And you're supposed to pick up the point that fast. Like, look how much time we spent on it. I've been dealing with this video between talking about it myself and Justin's 40-minute video for like an hour and a half or something. That's a lot of time to put into the 6-minute video. Like, that's a lot of study. It's a high ratio of thought to video content. And we're still not seeing the point. That's like a really bad sign. That someone could put like that much work into your video and still not see the value in it.
the whole point is in
And not just any someone, but specifically some of the people who are most familiar with BOI and know the most about it.
looking at it was, so David said this is an interesting connection. So somebody's going to see this and watch this video and maybe think that they understood something about the beginning of infinity when they really haven't. So I don't think David should be endorsing videos of this quality.
Also, David uses the word interesting here, which is a thing Justin does sometimes, is calling things, quote, interesting. Because it's a very non-committal social thing to do. It's very common, not just among intellectuals, but like everywhere. People call stuff interesting because even bad things can be interesting. It is common for something to be interesting if it's good or bad. You don't have to commit yourself to whether it's good or bad. You haven't actually said that you like it or approve of it. That makes you immune to criticism. If someone says this video is shitty, David can say that didn't prevent it from having an interesting connection just because the video is bad. I'm not wrong, David can say. So he really avoided committing himself while also implying that he liked it and it was good. So you can take it as he liked it, it's good, it's an endorsement, you should watch the video because David thinks it's good, etc., etc. Like, you can totally do that, but if you challenged him and you hated it, he has plenty of room to backpedal. And you might think that this is done with like a lot of words, and you know, it probably is, but very specifically the one word, interesting, is the most common word for doing this. It's really common to be with that exact single specific word. David didn't say the possibilities for criticism were interesting. He said the connection was interesting. So I don't think that's a very plausible interpretation of what David meant. Alright, now we're on Alan's blog post on the same video. Okay, I think I might have skimmed this before, like this much. I think I saw something like this, that there was an issue with the term lost in thought, which I talked about a lot earlier. But I don't think I read like the whole paragraph or anything. Let's see. Yup. Alright, well, I agree. I'll just go ahead and link this. I linked like the Justin video a while ago, which links to it, but whatever. Right, so if you want more Harris criticism, I linked 3 blog posts from me earlier, and if you click on Alan's blog post, you'll find 2 more near the top. And this one has 36 comments, which I think I've read, but I'm not positive, so I'm going to look through them very quickly. Mr. Anon. They're arguing about the Brandons. Seriously? Oh, epistemic warrant is justificationism. It is refuted in critical rationalism to some extent, and especially in it's extra super. Wait, what the fuck? Why is it not loading? Did I typo it? Oh, I did yes or philosophy, so that would be why. Anyways. I make a lot of points not in Popper here. Specifically about why we should not evaluate ideas by a point score or anything equivalent to that. We don't evaluate the goodness of ideas on a continuum. That's an error. So the concepts like strong arguments or weak arguments are errors. All arguments are decisive or incorrect. One or the other, that's it. There's something bad about this discussion, like in a meta perspective. So it's, look how much text there is. And like Alan wrote all this stuff discussing with this guy. And it's going into detailed back and forth. So it's getting a bit parochial. It's not just talking about the general issues. It's actually responding to Mr. Anon. I'm dealing with Mr. Anon's, personally, his ideas and opinions, whatever. And then he just hit and run. He discussed so much, and then he just left. Like this much, and then instantly done, end of discussion, just cut it off in the middle. So it's like he started a major project, got Alan to invest significant effort into the project, and then he quit. Abruptly gone, left, doesn't want to discuss anymore. And it's not suitable very well for getting other people to continue where Mr. Anon left off. So he made a personalized project that no one else is going to finish, and he didn't finish it, and he got Alan to put effort into it. And that is a dangerous thing. That is something to be careful with. It's a problem I run into a lot, where people hit and run with questions. That Hope Nager guy did that on Discord the other day. He just happened to see like this one conversation where criticism of Luli was mentioned, and then he was like, what's wrong with Luli? And he like wanted to know this one thing, and he never talks about anything else. He doesn't talk about Popper, doesn't talk about Rand, he doesn't talk about AI. He's supposedly interested in Popper and AI, but he never has any questions about them. He never discusses, he never participates, he writes nothing, he doesn't make videos. But all of a sudden, he just happened to see a few messages, and he disagreed with them, and then he wanted to talk about that, and he was asking things that would take a huge amount of effort to explain to him. And he was linked to a huge amount of material explaining it, and he did not have anything whatsoever to say about it. But he wanted to like suddenly have a debate where he got me to put a bunch of work into explaining and condensing this huge amount of information for him. Just that particular thing at that particular moment. And he was hostile when I talked about, why are you having this conversation over other ones? Like, why should we be focusing our effort on this? When I wanted to do project management and prioritization, and to put things in context, like what's his background knowledge? What kind of person is he? What's he doing? You know, trying to get into issues like, is this going to be an ongoing project where he actually has discussions over time? Like, or am I just supposed to answer his questions just because he asked them, and he's not committing to saying anything else ever again in the future. He's not trying to make progress on an ongoing basis, and he's not trying to ask non-parochial questions. Like, it was a particularly parochial thing to ask about. So I didn't really want to get drawn into having a long discussion about a particularly hard topic with a person who's particularly lacking in background knowledge and discussion skills. And people do not like that. They want you to just jump in and answer whatever the fuck it is they want. And then they will absolutely just at any moment quit and leave. And so you have to be very careful to write responses to them in a way that it's general purpose and generic, and even if they never talk again, you won't regret having written it. And I think a lot of stuff makes that hard. It's set up to draw you into writing a bunch of good material that's not going to get a lot of value, because the person you're talking to doesn't value the stuff he's asking for very much. He just wants free ice cream that he values at 50 cents. And the cost of producing the ice cream is, $1,000. Like, the amount of effort Alan put into this conversation, if Alan was doing consulting, paid consulting at a reasonable rate, how much money would he charge for explaining this much stuff to someone? Like $500 or something seems fairly reasonable. Like, that's the sort of value Alan's putting into the discussion. Oh, Jesus Christ. I sort of vaguely remember this. He literally wanted to delete all of his comments. Not only did he want to stop discussing, he wanted to erase it from the internet so no one else could ever read it again, and Alan would lose all value from it. Instead of paying Alan a reasonable amount, he wanted to destroy it. And then he was mad when he couldn't. And Alan anonymized the comments for this guy, who was apparently originally writing under his actual name. So he wrote under his name, then he wanted his comments deleted, and Alan was like, I'll take your name off it, I guess. Which is more than this guy actually deserved. And then on top of that, there's this comment from me. So he begged to get it anonymized. He got a favor from Alan, and then he went on Twitter and outed himself. He wrote a tweet that admitted or whatever that he had written those comments after he wanted them to not exist and not be findable. Okay, this tweet doesn't exist anymore, but I wonder if it's archived. Nope. Alright, so he's now deleted the tweet, but he publicly outed himself, so I figured it's no longer anonymous. He publicly outed himself. So I made a permanent record. Oh, that's a good question. You are correct. He deleted his entire Twitter account. Anyways, so when he outed himself, I documented it on purpose. I'd had some conversations with this guy as well. But like, I think it's good to have the name on it so that I can relate it to the emails by Jaso Silver. I think there are emails or something. Let's see. This is super awkward to show on screen because the search has a bunch of private stuff in it, but I have a bunch of notifications that look like this. I had a discussion with him on Twitter, and then he fucking deleted his account on Twitter. So it like screws up these archives. Look at all those. And those are months apart. See, some of them are from October 2015, and some of them are from August 2016. That's like 10 months apart. Oh, and there's December 2015. Oh, here we go. I did a search for Jason Silverman. I can show all of them at once now. So he commented like that much. Here we go. I added Twitter to the search, and now we can look through them. He's linking to a document. He's trying to get me and David to read this document he chose to link. So he's trying to get us to put effort into reading this thing. But it's a fucking $33 book. The Shape of Thought, How Mental Adaptations Evolve. So he, who deletes his Twitter and quits conversations, wants us to put all this work in. Oh, it was supposedly a source refuting BOI. So I'm like, the pro-modularity arguments refuting... Oh, so we're talking about modularity of the brain, because David talks about universality. And Jason says that that particular book, this one, refutes BOI. And I ask where, and instead of saying where in that book it's a refutation, he just brings up a different book, Pinker's Blank Slate, as if David wasn't familiar with that. And as if that old book actually said anything about David's universality arguments. Similarly, Chomsky, first of all, David's familiar with that. I've looked into Chomsky a bit too. Second of all, Chomsky says nothing to refute David's arguments about universality published in 2011. Chomsky did not, in fact, address stuff published 50 years later that no one had argued yet. Like, 1960s is so early, even just in terms of Turing and computational universality and that stuff being understood, that David is building on. So now he says he changes it completely again. This time it's evolutionary psych disagrees with general purpose mind. Therefore, general purpose mind is wrong because evolutionary psych disagrees with it. And also, BOI is his favorite book, just like Hermes said. Ooh, here's a thought. Do you think possibly Jason Silverman is Hermes of Reason? Maybe he deleted his Twitter account and made a new one. What do you think? Favorite book seems like a... Could that be a coincidence? So, he thinks David's wrong about universality of the mind, free will, and memes, but he still likes the book. Uh-huh. Oh, so he says he will join the group. I thought he joined the group, but I didn't see any emails when I searched. Maybe I need to search better. Maybe he joined under a different name or something. Okay, so he's hostile to the idea that maybe BOI is actually correct. He thinks obviously his favorite book has a bunch of large errors that he, as a layperson, can see are wrong, and that's just how books work. He doesn't think anyone actually gets stuff right. Like, David is smart, but got memes and free will and universality wrong in his book. And that's still the best book. That's what he thinks. He's very arrogant. Oh, he called me confused. So the person who did probably the majority of all editing of BOI, not counting David's edits, but like of everyone else, I think I did more than half. And it's his favorite book. And what does he do? He just calls me confused, won't listen at all. If not more than half of the total, then omit the copy editor. I'm not sure how much he did. And then I'd be a lot more confident in guessing more than half. Copy editing is a different type of editing. Like, that is a non-philosopher who's an expert on like writing and grammar, who goes through and points out grammar errors and clarity errors and wording issues and stuff. David liked his copy editor. Copy editing is like it's a cool skill. It's good that it exists, that people are actually pretty good at it. So someone who doesn't actually understand BOI very well can go through and make a bunch of small suggestions that are actually useful and helpful to make the book better. Not all of them, by the way. With a lot of editors, like, the editor just edits the book and then it's edited. Like, he gets a copy of the book and he edits it and maybe sends it back to the author and left back and forth or whatever, but he actually edits the book. What David did with BOI, I think Fabric was the same, but I'm not positive, was all edits from everyone, including the copy editor. You send your suggestions to David, and then David either makes the change or does not make the change, but he had final control over every single edit. So the copy editor, you know, even just like a typo, the copy editor would have to send him, you know, delete this text and replace it with this text to fix the typo or something, and then David would go through and look at that and consider if he agreed with it or not. Evan, FI is just a tool, like, it's a discussion forum. You can write whatever you want. It doesn't have like a to-do list. You have to keep your own to-do list. That's typical. Like, I don't think that you should build a to-do list into your forum. I think that would be like weird. It's better to have separate compartmentalized tools in general. Like, have one tool that's good at this and one tool that's good, because like, there are many different to-do list softwares, and people disagree about which one they think is the best or they want to use. So rather than a forum adding a to-do list, having its own separate to-do list, which is probably not going to have a lot of features because they're not focused on to-do lists, and it's going to be opinionated a certain way. It's better if people can choose their favorite to-do list out of all the different to-do list software. Also, in general, if you want other people to take responsibility for your learning, what you're looking for is a teacher, and in general, that's a paid thing. Like, if you want to discuss where you share your ideas and other people share their ideas, that's like a free discussion. And if you want other people to keep track of what criticisms of you exist, and keep track of what you should be spending your time on and stuff, that's like a life coach or a teacher or something. That's much more of a paid role. If you don't want to pay, then you have to do stuff like that yourself in general. Oh, Jason Silverman, who says BOI is his favorite book, says, try not to be such a fanboy and people won't break your heart. Also, he said, I didn't argue my case enough regarding David. And I said, ask for evidence or questions or whatever on any particular point. And he had 0 questions. He didn't want follow-up detailed information on a single point of the stuff he rejected for not having enough information. And you can't ask for stuff to be like complete up front. That's not a reasonable thing. Like, write down all the details that someone might ask about without actually being asked is a lot of work. And most of the questions that you preemptively imagine someone might ask, no one cares about. All right, so he calls us a cult. Evan, you can make your own profile page. Just go on Blogspot or WordPress or whatever. You can easily put a web page online. In fact, Alyssa has something kind of like that on, I think, GitHub, and posted it. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna search for Jason more on FI, but I have to do that off screen. Then I'll look for Alyssa's thing. He said he would join FI. I think he just didn't, because it's not showing up. I don't know, Justin, you can search if you want to. Alright, Alyssa GitHub. Let's try that. That didn't work. Oh, it's on Bitbucket. Alright, here we go. Alyssa's path forward policy on Bitbucket. Alyssa is a frequent FI poster. There's like a reading list, a to-do list. I think he's behind on this stuff and hasn't updated this for a while. But the issue there is not the it's not the availability of a page like this or anything like that. It's just the inconsistency with which he puts effort into philosophical progress. Which I think is the primary issue with everyone who's struggling, is more like that rather than profile pages. No, this is a profile page. It is like the outstanding issues this person is working on. It's not about profile pages. I think that everyone who's really trying to make progress should have some sort of space online where they can put documents and write things and whatever. I think that's good and important. But I don't think it should be built into FI. I think people should just pick their own. You know, if Alyssa wants to use Bitbucket and you want to use a different site, that's totally fine. So Bitbucket appears to allow Markdown text, so that might be one of the reasons it was chosen. It's also free, pretty sure. I believe GitHub does something similar. Oh, that's funny. They now emphasize Git on top. I believe that they started as a Mercurial host. Like GitHub was for Git and Bitbucket was for Mercurial. And I liked Mercurial more, but Git seems to have been winning in terms of popularity. They do have Mercurial hosting. It's just mentioned down towards the bottom of their feature list, while Git is number 1. That's true. People can delete their stuff. I tend to mirror things that I actually care about. Like, if I respond to something, then I'll quote from it. But yeah, deletion is an issue. That's such a stupid issue in some ways. Like, if it's on Bitbucket, you can just leave it there forever, approximately. Like, it takes no work to maintain. But people will delete stuff anyways. Like, you don't have to delete your Twitter account. It just sits there for free. Yeah, see, Mercurial since launch or Git since October 2011. They were the Mercurial one and they added Git as well and had both. But now they're just focused on Git. I think it became significantly more popular than Mercurial for some reason. If people want to put up undeletable stuff, they can just send an email with it. See, okay, look, if you can update it, you can delete it because you can update it to be like a blank string or some junk text. So you have to choose between you having access to make updates and to edit it, or else you can delete it, unless it keeps all version history. I guess that would be the other option, is like a wiki kind of thing that has version history, so you can delete stuff from the front page, but people can still look through the history. But in general, if you want something to be out of your control, like emailing it to FI, now everyone has their own copies, and it's distributed. Many people have local copies. Whereas if you put it on a website, then you can edit it, which is, you know, good in some ways. Like, it's not being able to edit definitely has downsides, but it's connected to not being able to delete. There's approximately no way to allow good faith good faith edits where you're just like marking checkboxes as done or whatever and adding new items to the list to allow that while not allowing someone to like hide a bunch of information. You could theoretically make like a to-do list platform where you can add new items and checkmark them, but you can't ever edit them once they're added or something, I guess. Or maybe you can't edit them like an hour after you've added them, so you can delete typos. Alright, you could make that, but I don't know if it exists, and I don't know how super useful it'd be. You can also, if you comment on my blog, you can't edit it, so that's another option. With a lot of stuff, I pay attention to who's making it and what I expect from them. Like, I can edit stuff on my blog, but people have a reasonable expectation that I will not make major edits to blog content and that I will not take it offline. And similarly, I can link to like a Justin or Alan blog post, but I'm not worried that they're going to delete it or make major edits. But with like random people, I'll be like less sure, and I'll often save copies of some things depending on what it looks like. If they have like an established blog that predates their discussion with you, they're usually not going to delete it. People are a lot more delete happy on some platforms than other. Like, they're really delete happy on Facebook. On Discord, Fallible Fool was like deleting messages and I told him not to. And people like delete their tweets and stuff if it doesn't get enough upvotes. They'll like, on Instagram too. It's like, if it doesn't get a bunch of upvotes in the first hour, people don't like it enough, therefore delete it before more people see your embarrassing photo. Anyways, big picture, there's a lot of stuff that we could do to make it easier for people to help them get into it. We could have like a guide that suggests making your own web space and whatever else. And there are various introductions and guides. But it's hard enough to help people who put in a lot of initiative that we're not really yet at the point of focusing much effort on low initiative people. Like, FI is oriented towards the best people, and it's hard enough to help anyone at all, let alone passive people who need to be guided a lot. So, and then there's other issues. It's not just what's like the best way to help people or who's the best people to help. A larger issue is just what kind of content do I enjoy spending my time on? And, you know, that's much more philosophy than guides for other people. Like, if my main goal were popularity, I would have made like a highly edited, condensed guide to posting, or probably, rather than that, would have simply switched to a different forum many years ago. But that is not appealing to me. So I got Alan and Justin to make videos, and you know, people can watch me post in a bunch of videos. So I figure that is good enough for a smart person who cares. And that is the standard I often use. Is, yeah, could a smart person who actually cares and puts in some effort make progress? Is it good enough for that? And if so, I'm not too worried about it. There should be a comma after Hermes. Minor thing, but it reads a bit awkwardly. Well, it was good to be suspicious, Alan, because Hermes did not, in fact, seem to know what he was talking about based on that blog post I found. A rule to have a forum profile would be, first of all, it would be a barrier to entry. Second of all, it would be sort of like asking for an introduction. Which is something I haven't done, because some people do not want to introduce themselves. I didn't really think it should be a requirement. Okay. It's a bit to ask for a barrier to entry. It would work if I wanted to filter people more aggressively, but I don't have like a ton of people coming to FI already. And a lot of the lower effort people are on my blog, not on the FI group. And it would not work to ask the anonymous commenters on my blog as a universal rule to have a profile somewhere. I do occasionally ask people when they're asking for bigger discussions, and they often take it badly, which is, it is what it is. Like, if I'm willing to just not have the discussion, like if I'd rather not have the discussion if the person doesn't care much, then it's often a good thing to ask for. But asking for it universally would filter out people who just want to show up and ask a quick question. And some short questions I'm happy to answer, like if I think it's a good question. Or if it has interesting confusions in it. The people you have to be careful with are the ones who want a large amount of interaction. Because if they're only interacting a little, then your responses are fairly generic, because you're not doing detailed interactions with a particular person that no one else cares about. If it's just like they ask a quick question and you answer it, it's generally pretty accessible to anyone, because you're not there's not a lot of back and forth with that person to make it connected to that person in a detailed way. It's only connected to that person in a more broad, generic way, which makes it more accessible to everyone else. I haven't figured out a way, though, to ask people, like, what is your intellectual history? What are your goals in this conversation and generally? Which of my material or books I like have you read, etc. I haven't found a way to ask people for that without offending a lot of them. A lot of them think it's an appeal to authority, it's calling them a noob. They think it's irrelevant. They're like, the truth of the argument I just made does not depend on what books I've read. And so they don't want to talk about it. And I don't know how to bring it up in an effective way with typical people. I don't know why Jordan Peterson does not want to speak to me. There is zero chance that Jordan Peterson wants to send traffic my way or discuss things like why he's wrong about antidepressants. You are welcome to ask popular people if they want to send traffic to my material, or if they want to read my material, or whatever else. You're welcome to share my work. I have contacted Jordan Peterson a couple times. By the way, I'm not just guessing that he doesn't want to hear it. And he in fact responded to me one time. It was the blog post where I pointed out typos in the first chapter of his book. I was like, here are 7 typos in chapter 1 of 12 rules. And he was like, thanks, or something. I don't know. But I got like a generic response, and then I also got a second response from his personal email also thanking me. Like his secretary thanked me, and then he personally also thanked me. And gave me his personal email. Like, implicitly, because it was attached to the email. Which I then used one time. I thought that was permission to send him one email to his personal email, since he just thanked me from it. So like a while later, I sent him one thing to see if he'd want to talk to me or engage at all, and he did not respond. And I do not think I should email him a second time at his private email, and I don't think emailing his public email with stuff like that will get anywhere. And I also, I don't really respect him, so I've made public things criticizing him. It's hard to like ask for that kind of collaboration or whatever with people who you think you're better than. Like, you would expect a small person to be like a sycophant, whereas I'm not going to act like that, so it would not fit his expectations. Justin, very few people would do that, but yes, that would eventually happen. There are some people who are pretty interested in me or something. There are some like recurring people who kind of dislike me but keep coming back and change names sometimes. That definitely seems to be a thing that happens to some extent. Like, in some small niche, I get a fair amount of attention from some people. Like, some people think it's important and have trouble like just forgetting about it and not caring. My frequency of getting fairly persistent attention is on the very high side for how well known I am. But it's still less than someone popular like Jordan Peterson gets. Like, a lot less than he would get. Although I do think he said he never gets hate mail, basically. But I don't know how much he was just bragging. Like, I have such good fans, and I'm such a positive influence in the world that I just don't really get hate mail. I don't know, though, because I'm not sure how popular hate mail actually is, or if it's, like, only certain types of people get it, or what. I don't really know how that works. It's also possible that that changed. Like, he used to not get hate mail, but now he does. I don't know. Because he's been going more mainstream and getting a bigger audience and stuff, I think. I kind of stopped following him. Like, I'm not against that idea of, like, if you don't respond to this criticism in 10 weeks or something, then you owe $10. But, like, most people don't want to do that, I'm pretty sure. And, like, I'm fine with that idea if it was really, really voluntary, like, if people actually genuinely wanted to do it. But I think what would actually happen is people would feel pressured into it. Or, to some extent, they might just be willing to pay for stuff. Not because they seriously intend to respond, but just because it's worth the money to them. Like, it would have to charge, like, a lot of money to actually, like, pay for my consulting time if they're going to drop it, if you're going to look at it that way. Whereas if it's more like a token amount of, like, $10, it's like, I don't want people to feel like it's okay to do this because they paid the $10. Like, I'd rather have it be free than underpriced, because very low pricing, if people pay for something, it gives them social permission to do it. And I don't want to give them social permission, like it's fine to ask for a bunch of help and then not follow up. Like, I understand that that's going to happen sometimes. Sometimes people fail, but I try to avoid it. I think it's bad or whatever. And I don't want to say, well, if you pay $10, then don't worry about it, or anything remotely in that ballpark. Like, I'd be a lot more inclined to do the money timer thing if someone brought it up themselves, rather than if I brought it up or had it as a general policy. Because then it seems a lot more something they actually want to do voluntarily. But there are a lot of ways people self-pressure themselves. They try to manipulate themselves. They try to make themselves do things that they somewhat partially don't want to do. there's a lot of like quote life hack tips for that kind of thing. And that the money escrow thing is a common one where you say things like you get an accountability buddy or something. And you say, you know, I'm going to do a writing session every Sunday, and if I miss a Sunday, I will pay you $100. You don't even get anything in return, you're just pressuring yourself. And the buddy holds you accountable, and in return, sometimes he gets the $100. Because, like, he asks you on every Monday, hey, did you write yesterday? And it's, like, harder to lie to him or whatever than to lie to yourself, I guess. So people do that kind of thing, and I generally think that that's bad, and if you need to resort to methods like that, then you don't really want to do it, and you're not going to do very good work. And I understand some people are in a hard situation, they're unhappy, they have their psychology screwed up, and it's hard to come up with any good solution. So if they want to do that to themselves, like, I'm not hard against it, I'm not saying never do that, but I don't want to be involved with it, I don't like it. You know, if you want to manage your life that way, that's your business, that's your thing, separately from me. I don't like the material that recommends that kind of thing as if it's actually good. It's similar to time trackers and like screen time monitors and limiters and stuff like that. And people will do things like block themselves out of accessing Facebook during certain hours of the day or whatever, so it literally won't load in their browser. Or Hacker News has some feature where if you like go to it too often, it'll just stop loading. And you can like set that in your own settings. They added that on purpose so people could do that to themselves. It's sort of like using parental controls on yourself. Which, by the way, I disapprove a lot of using parental controls on children in general. Because the primary use of parental controls is to prevent children from doing things the child wants to do, such as play games more. Or read websites more, or whatever. Watch YouTube more. I think parental controls can be useful in limited contexts, like a 5-year-old probably doesn't want to accidentally see a porn video, so in the interest of helping him instead of preventing him from doing what he wants, having a porn blocker on could be good for him. But a lot of parental controls are very clearly for the purpose of thwarting the child, rather than like helping him actually get more of what he wants. And I think that a lot of what people do with themselves is the same way. Like, the reason someone is creating a Facebook blocker is not that they're going to accidentally go to Facebook, it's because they like Facebook and they want to visit it, and they're trying to sort of control themselves, rather than change their minds. They're not rationally resolving the conflict of ideas. They're not persuading themselves about what is actually better in a thorough way that changes their values. They're instead trying to ignore or overrule somehow some of their values and ideas without counter-arguing it. So they're actually acting irrationally. They're not arguing against the Facebook idea adequately and thoroughly enough to change their mind thoroughly. That's why they have the ongoing problem. And they're not solving it with the blocker, which is not an argument. It's just assuming the conclusion, Facebook is bad, I should not be on it during these hours, and then not debating it. Just that's their assumption for whatever reason that they don't really explain fully, and then they force their way. It's like using violence or force instead of reason. Oh, and by the way, related to this, I was going to mention this earlier, but I forgot. But I've made these discussion threads, and I've offered them to people who are interested. And I've occasionally asked people to get one in order to discuss something, basically. We have like the Andy discussion thread, the Alan one, the Ann one, the Alyssa one. So this is where people can be held accountable more. It's like it's specifically tracking discussions just about them. All in one place. That way, if they start evading an issue, like the record is right there on that page, and then when they post to the page again, it's easy to find the stuff they're dodging, as opposed to it being like scattered among a bunch of different emails in different places. And I also make more topic-specific ones, I've invited people from like Twitter or whatever to come have a blog thread where I make a new thread and then we discuss in that thread, and then it's all together and you can see like what the result was, and it's easier to evaluate what happened, who was right, who was reasonable, etc. So I do like grouping things together into its own blog thread sometimes. Oh, hey, Kieran. All right, well, try to follow up on our blog thread sometimes. I haven't gotten to it yet fully, but I did ask you like a short question or something. I think that was where we left it. But at some point, I will be reading through your long post and whatever the newest stuff is on stream. And I will link the stream when I respond. For people who don't know, my discussion with Kieran is in this thread. It starts like 5 comments into the thread or something. Yeah, I currently have the last word, but I'm not caught up. Not actually caught up, I just asked a couple of things. I recommend other people who are interested in epistemology could join that conversation. There's a lot of content, and it is it's impersonal. It's talking about like ideas in general. So I think it's suitable for other people to participate in the conversation rather than being like very focused on the particular individuals who are talking. And I think the conversation made some progress, which a lot of them don't. I like Fabric Chapter 7. But yeah, I think you said something about it that I haven't read yet. And yeah, if you like these streams, there are 15 previous ones in addition to my previous videos. I have like 30 videos of me writing emails or something. But in the older ones, I don't talk as much, so it's somewhat different. It's more writing. But there's 15 recent streams. And yeah, I too would like to see other people streaming this sort of content. Oh, awesome, Justin. Oh, speaking of that, you did the last video incorrectly. I noticed because when I went to hit start stream, you have to copy your previous stream, and then you actually get the description from the previous stream with all the timestamps in it, and you have to delete them, which is stupid. Like, YouTube should just let you copy like a generic template instead of literally your previous stream with whatever's in the description. It's just a minor thing, but alright, YouTube playlists, philosophy live streams. I'll find it. Oh, newest on top? I need to number the old ones, by the way. Oh yeah, it's this. Okay, this continuation of this video, I didn't do very much of it at the beginning. Maybe it's 10 minutes, I don't know. But I continued the video like at the end. So at like... I don't know, at some point near the end, I'm watching the rest of your video. I finished the video at the end of the stream. And it's not in the table of contents or whatever. So that was it. So the rest of the video from that point is not DD stuff. There's like a major topic change. And also I'm gonna write number 15 on this. Save. Yeah, also if you want to go back and number all the previous ones, I would appreciate it. I'm happy to pay for that. I realized having like dozens of videos with literally the same title was a really bad idea. So I'm just gonna number them from now on because I don't want to write like actual titles for them all. Oh, that's funny. That the same title caused. Wait, really? When I download stuff with YouTube DL, I have the ID in the video names. Don't I? These are Twitch videos and they have the ID on the end. It's title and then it's ID number. Where's something from YouTube? Oh, curi YouTube. Here we go. Yeah, all of these that I downloaded from my own YouTube as an archive in case YouTube deletes me, have ID numbers in them. I'm pretty sure that's the default because I don't think I was doing something to cause that. I think these are all default titles. It's good because you can actually find the YouTube video if you want to. Like you just go to any YouTube video and then you paste in the ID number over the video's ID, and then you get to the online version of what you were just watching from your hard drive. So I appreciate it for that. Like I know searching the title would probably work in general pretty decently, but it's nice to just clearly be able to find the exact video. By the way, YouTube only lets you download at like 720p or something. Oh, I downloaded an app that lets you download at 4K, but I haven't tried it yet. So I think like my whole archive is 720p, which is not great. It came up because I downloaded and edited one of my streams, and then reposted it. Oh, that reminds me. Wait, no, it's here. There was like one unlisted stream. I should go to my studio, I guess. I just want to make sure it's not on the playlist and people finding it. Or make it, I think it's private actually. But I'm gonna check. Because there was the one stream where I streamed the wrong screen for like half an hour. Then I made a version with that blacked out. See, here it is, stream from July 30. That's the video version and that's public. Oh, in fact, I should add that to a playlist. Philosophy live streams. Oh, my numbering might be wrong because I forgot about this one. So if you want to check the numbering, it might be fucked up. But anyways, live. And oh, there's one private one right here. I was just gonna see if it is in fact on the playlist, so we'll remove that. I don't want to delete it because I should download like a higher quality version, maybe. I might do that, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, removed it from the playlist. We're good now. Wait, did it not save what I did? Because I don't see the one I just put onto the playlist. Alright, let's do that again. I do not like YouTube's interface sometimes. Like certain things it seems like it would save it, but it doesn't. I don't know where the like actual save button was. Oh yeah, now I remember. It's this. After you click the check mark, you have to click save in the mini window. Playlist edited. Alright, let's see if the other one actually got removed from the playlist or if I didn't hit save. That's the private video. Nope, it did not. Right, so you have to click that and then you have to click done. If you just click it and like click away, it doesn't save and just deletes what you did. It's terrible. I do not like the UI. It's the same with this. Like if I click, I make it unlisted, you have to click done or it's just gonna ignore me. You see? You have to click unlisted and then click done. I don't know why the hell they did that. But like, there's the save button up here, so you might think, you know, you click unlisted, and then you click save. You might think that you just saved the change you made, but no, it's still private. So there's multiple save buttons in different places. And the main one does not in fact work for some of the standard things you change. Oh, so the video numbers are correct because, although I was missing one video, I had the private version of it on the playlist. Oh, yeah, that probably bit you too. Yeah, I've had that problem repeatedly. Anyway, so this one's now out of order. That's probably fixable. Approximately here, let's see. This is July 15. This is July 31. Higher degree. What's this one? Oh, that's also July 31. Alright, so I was in the right place. Oh yeah, so is the first video back? Oh no, this is 29. Wait, this one's 29? Yeah, okay. We're good now, it's in order. Did that save? Did that auto-save? I think it just saved, there's no save button. Let's refresh the page and see if it's the first video on the list or not. It is not. So that auto-saves without even any save button. I like people being able to post anonymously. Like, a lot of people are uncomfortable posting under their real name. They don't want to be embarrassed. Or they want to ask about personal stuff. Even if they hypotheticalize it or anonymize it or whatever, like, they're not great at that, so they want privacy. And I'm okay with that in general. Like, most people post in somewhat good faith. Like, the people who quit discussions, they weren't usually really posting in bad faith. They just didn't quite understand how much they were asking for and tend to not like it when I tell them. I don't think it's like actually bad faith in general though. Like Evan, you've done that. You posted like a bunch of hit and run questions in the past, which I wasn't thrilled with, but I didn't think it was bad faith. I think it was just like not fully understanding how the community works and stuff. Anyways, yeah, so I do ask people to post under a consistent identity for certain specific conversations sometimes. Like, that's what I did with those blog threads that I was pointing out for the specific people like Alan or Alyssa or whatever. I asked them to only post under their name in that topic. So they can post anonymously elsewhere, but not there. That way, there's like a consistent identity to talk with. Repeat questions is tricky. So I try to make canonical material, and then I answer some people's questions by linking to something I've already written. I cannot control very well whether people change identities. I can somewhat check it if I really wanted to. Like, I can check their IP addresses and some other stuff if they use my website, but with all of those people, like, I'm not concerned about it. They're longtime posters. And they're friendly, and I think I can trust them with that much, no problem. Anyways, with repeat stuff, a lot of questions are like similar to previous questions, but not the same. So it makes it harder to reuse material. If I had a lot more people and there were a lot more repetitive questions, I would put more effort into how to quickly just give them standard links. I would have like more FAQ pages and stuff like that. I'd put effort into making the common questions easier to find the answer to without talking to me. And on top of that, I would get other people like you or Justin or whoever. I would get, you know, the larger you get, the more fans you have, and the easier it becomes to get some of your fans to answer questions for you. and they can answer the easy ones where it's just like link to standard material or whatever. No problem. So I've talked about that in my Paths Forward material, how like the more popular you are, the more questions you get, but also the more resources you get to get them addressed. I think what Justin was worried about was not people asking like repetitive questions, and it was people who are hostile, like they get angry in a conversation and they act irrationally and they get caught and criticized. And so then they change names and then they start a new discussion where if I knew who they were, I would expect this person is going to get mad and stop discussing and be irrational after not too long. So I'd handle the discussion differently, but because I don't know who it is, I don't know it's the same person, I can't use that background knowledge and context from the previous discussion. And that can be bad. It's not all bad. Being able to have separate discussions where you're getting like a fresh context, and it's like a discussion from scratch, it can avoid some misunderstandings and hostilities. There's definitely advantages to it. But it also can be bad with people who are repeatedly causing problems or being bad to discuss with. And then, because whenever a new person comes, I generally want to be pretty friendly and give them some, answers to questions or whatever. Like, give them a chance. And if someone is trying to get, like, the beginner chance multiple times, that can be bad. That's very hard to police, but it's not a large problem currently, at least. So, whatever. And there are also ways that I think those people get caught sometimes, or sometimes I ask them, like, what their intellectual history is or whatever, and then they just give up and leave. Even just reading the domain names, you can see how anti-Trump this is. Like, this one, just based on the title, it could have been pro-Trump. But then you see it's PolitiFact, and you're like, oh, they're debunking his claim. And anyways, you see, like, transequality.org, Human Rights Watch, New York Times, Vox, USA Today, NPR. It's very anti-Trump. Alright, BRB, I gotta pee. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, Evan, that's true. The larger the community gets, the less you can give some bonus attention to new people anyways. Justin, I wanted to ask you about your YouTube automatic tweeting functionality. Uh, just let me know sometime how you did that, because I want to have it automatically tweet when I start a stream. And tweeting out all of my videos would also be good, I guess. I think that's what you have, is when you upload a video, it gets tweeted. They used to have that built into YouTube, but they just removed it at some point. So I've no longer been tweeting my videos. Alright, well this is either my longest stream or it will be soon. But I'm gonna at least finish this blog post, because this is the main topic that I've been doing today. Right, so Alan was suspicious of Hermes' understanding of the Waking Up book, and he seems to have been right to be suspicious based on what I said a couple hours ago. Wait, seriously? Some people want to binge eat because it's fun and they like it. And not everyone is trying to lose weight. And even if you feel guilty about binge eating, that doesn't mean you know you don't want to binge eat. It means you know that you have mixed feelings about binge eating. You might think, well, I partly don't want to binge eat, but I also want to binge eat even more than that. So my mixed feelings favor binge eating, which does not count as overall not wanting to binge eat. Anyway. Sure. You could not know your thinking and correct your errors. Like, we do a lot of error correction subconsciously. And it's, people might have trouble imagining that, and some of it's hard to explain, but some of it's easy to explain, because if you look up shit like parity checking, and if you read stuff like this, you will see how easy it is, without any intelligence or creativity, to do some amount of error checking and error correction stuff. Parity checking is just, you have like data, and then you have one bit, which is a summary value for the rest of the data. In particular, it says whether it's an even number or an odd number. So if there's an error, there's approximately a 50% chance that the parity check will correctly notice there's an error, because the parity, which says whether it's even or odd, will not match whether the number is even or odd. It's better than a 50% chance to detect errors, because it depends on the physical way the errors happen, but a lot of errors are a single bit got flipped. So it's going to catch all single bit flips. And then it won't catch 2-bit flips, but it will catch 3-bit flips, and so on. And that's not a 50-50 odds kind of scenario. And it's not the binary number that it checks if it's even or odd, because that only depends on the last digit. It's just the number of ones and zeros in the string. And there's more advanced stuff like checksums. So you can look that kind of stuff up if you're interested. And it'll give you some sense that some amount of unconscious error correction is clearly possible. Also, Alan's making the point that you can have conscious thought and not do error correction, which I also said earlier. Yeah, I agree. Wow, Alan typed in that much of... That's like fucking half the video. It's a 6-minute video. Maybe not half, but that's a significant portion of the entire video. You can see people are putting in more effort than Hermes did. However, Hermes is not going to get the same level of attention on his next video. Unless he changes his name and we don't realize it's the same person. And he gets rid of the face cam. Then he might get this sort of attention again. But that's not a big practical problem. He probably won't do that. He probably doesn't actually want or care about our attention that much. Oh, regarding like hit and run questions, the FI perspective on those is not normal. Because the way I see them is that the main thing is they're in a starting point for discussion. And starting points aren't so important. The important thing is that the discussion be a beginning of infinity. That it be unlimited, unbounded criticism, that it be able to change topics and add new topics into it, that it be able to branch, and so on. So the discussion is this like powerful, important thing that can be ongoing and can make unlimited progress over time. It doesn't really matter where you start, as long as you can, tangent and stuff. And also, it's important to try to resolve disagreements, not just to say your initial opinions and stop, but to make a serious effort to solve problems and resolve conflicting ideas and deal with criticism and try to figure out what the actual truth is. And that rational people can actually can do that. You don't have to just do a superficial debate and then give up on each other. If you're both being reasonable, you can actually make progress in a reasonable amount of time and start resolving some of your disagreements. And that's a productive, valuable thing to do. But a lot of people aren't looking for that kind of discussion when they start asking questions. And so there's a mismatch of standard discussion types and expectations and stuff on FI versus what a lot of people are used to, where they do more superficial stuff. And so I'll see a discussion and be like, okay, this initial question led to finding something we disagree about, so we should now tangent the discussion to discussing this disagreement and trying to make progress on it. Because a lot of people are like, well, that's not about my initial question, I don't really care anymore, I just want to ask a new question. And they'll keep doing that over and over and having a lot of short discussions but no deep discussions. Whereas I think deep discussions are more valuable in general. I mean, there's certainly some scope for both, but I think it's important to have some deep discussions. Deep discussions are also the part of FI that's more unique, because you can get short or superficial or quick answers at a lot of places. There are plenty of Q&A podcasts where someone asks a question and then the podcaster talks about it for 10 minutes and gives an answer, and it doesn't really go past that. And I'll do some of that, but it's the deep discussions that actually make progress are rarer and more important. Right, this is a good point. So, if you're a space where ideas come and go, that's kind of like a bucket that they flow into and out of, which Popper already covered. And it leaves out a lot of the intentionality of choosing what ideas to give attention to, or accept or believe or whatever. So it leaves out that you're directing your creativity towards solving particular problems. It's not just random. You're doing targeted problem solving, which is what Popper calls the spotlight approach rather than the bucket approach. Justin, do you pay for that or is it free? I see the free plan has 5 zaps and 2-step zaps, but no multi-step zaps or premium apps. So that's probably enough for YouTube? Alright, I'll try that. Step 2, I got it. Okay. So it's easy. Hopefully it can tweet out a stream when you start the stream instead of like when you finish and a video gets created on your channel. Well, no, it creates a video when you start. Yeah. It's a lot more like creating a video when you start, not when you finish. So it should be fine. I'm still considering if I ought to stream on Twitch instead of YouTube, by the way. I don't know. Yeah, and a very important thing about anti-rational memes is they don't just shut down thinking, they shut down critical thinking about certain areas, specifically criticizing the anti-rational memes. However, they harness and use your creativity. They don't just disable your creativity in general. They leave you, functional to survive, like to eat, whatever, communicate with other people, hunt, farm. But also, they harness your creativity to defend against threats. They get you to think of new counter-arguments against rational stuff. They use your creativity in their defense of themselves, in their way of dealing with criticism, as they get your creativity to help defend against criticism. Voice identification, that could work some. Voice is definitely harder to fake, and a lot of voice box stuff, or computer-generated voices, sound fake, like not a real human. But I don't generally want to push people for identification. Right, this is what I was talking about, putting creativity into things like resisting critical rationalism and defending justificationism. Yeah, binge eaters put creative thought into like what foods to get. Sometimes they discover new foods and like research different recipes or whatever. They're not just not thinking. Okay, so this is a little bit misleading because I think what Hermes is doing is extremely typical. Like, a lot of people read this and they'll think Hermes is way worse than average, bottom 5% of book readers. Whereas I read this and I think, okay, Hermes is normal, bottom 90% of book readers. Maybe even more than that. Maybe it's bottom like 97%. Because the vast majority of people who read a book like The Beginning of Infinity, or Conjectures and Refutations, or Atlas Shrugged, do not understand very much of it and misstate a lot of what they read. And that is fairly inevitable on a first reading and you haven't discussed it, because it has all this complex thinking in it, all these ideas, all this knowledge. And unless you're one of the smartest people around, you're not going to be able to error correct all of that by yourself on one reading of the book and actually fix all your misunderstandings of what the book was saying. You need an ongoing learning process where you build up your knowledge, practice, learn some things at a time instead of everything all at once, and get feedback from critical discussion with other people. And if you do all those things, then you have more of a chance to understand the book better. And Hermes has not done those things. At least not properly. And you can tell that because of the lack of any public record or documentation of him doing them. He doesn't post to the discussion forum for his so-called or alleged or whatever favorite book. He does not seek out people in that community or involved with those ideas and try to talk to all of them and give them all a chance and see if he can learn from any of them. He doesn't do stuff like that. You don't see him posting on pauper forums either, or whatever else like that I monitor. Does he put creative effort into his Family Guy impressions? Yeah, so speaking of this stuff, there's an example I particularly like. Not that. It's possible minds is the subject. Yeah, so Dennis was unable to see through this paragraph, and I covered it. I should really save this link somewhere. But I went through in detail a Steven Pinker paragraph and pointed out how empty it was. And I think he's a fraud similar to Sam Harris, who I talked about a bunch earlier in the video, because the Hermes thing was Harris related. That link has analysis of a Pinker paragraph. Alright, so I'm going to say, I talked about this. Wait, what? Is that email or? Oh, okay. Okay, so I need to go back to that Justin video as well. And leave a comment. Okay. I'm gonna reload. I wonder where 3,000 viewers came from on this video. Anyways, there's a bunch of comments on this, which I don't think I've read, but it's possible I read them. I watched the video a long time ago, but not recently. Do you think the video just came up on Google search? And that added up to 3,000 views over the years? None of my videos have just, like, gotten that many views over time from Google searches. I'm gonna sort my videos by, like, all-time views. Analytics. See more? Lifetime. Okay, and then it is sorted by watch time, so let's start there. So ignoring the Leffen diss track, we have the most watch time on Scholarly Criticism Jordan. This is the one that was tweeted by whatchamacallit, what was that account? Like Bad Philosophy or something? No. It was like a bad scholarship account. Yeah, Real Peer Review, that's the one. Yeah, so this was tweeted by Real Peer Review, which has 50,000 Twitter followers, or they did back then. So that's why it has this much time on it, primarily. So it's got 3,000 views and 15,700 minutes. How much time is that? $263 hours, and it is a average view duration 5 minutes. How long is the video? Oh, it's an hour. Oh, you can see it didn't gain that much over time. See, it got like all its views in like 2 days or something. Yeah, it got all its views in the first like 3 days when Real Peer Review treated it, and then it's been doing like this. Oh, that's 164? Is this view? Oh, no, this is watch time. So we go by views. We got, at a later date, 22, 22, 10. So it's getting some views over time. Possibly because it has a bunch of like favorites or whatever from getting initial views. Or it like looks popular to YouTube. Anyways, and then after that we have a speed run, followed by a speed run, followed by something else with Jordan Peterson in the name, followed by Jordan Peterson stuff and Jordan Peterson stuff. And then Make Detroit Great Again got views because I tweeted it to David Horowitz, who there's audio of him in the video, and it's stuff he cares about. And he had it posted on Truth Revolt, and it got 2,000 views via that post. So that is 80% of the views it got. Were specifically because Truth Revolt had an audience. Anyway, after that we have a Hearthstone game. And then Ayn Rand Institute Criticism, and then something I would actually like to be on top, Overview of Fallible Ideas Philosophy, is down here with 234 views and watch time of 3,000. So it got like 53 hours, and it's like 2 hours or something? 1 hour? 2 hours. Yeah. And then we have the FI reading list stuff. Anyway, sort by views. Teachers paddling children are teachers paddling children are violent abusers. 3,500 views. This one was particularly popular for some reason. I guess people just search for this, or they hate teachers. But yeah, I knew this one had a good amount of views. Oh, my Animoji podcast with a bunch of Animoji at the start of the title has 2,000 views. That is not what I would have hoped for. Then we have me playing a Warcraft free map, and a speedrun, and Hearthstone, and a speedrun, and Duet, an iOS game. Oh, and my Baldur's Gate guide video. Anyways, it's hard to get 3,000 views on a philosophy video without having an audience, like a significant audience. Oh, yeah. I mean, my view winner, by far, is literally not my own content. Wait, how do I get to the video? I do not like YouTube. I find it hard to actually go where you want to. Like, I literally just want to view the video I'm currently on. Where do I do that? I can't click on it. Do I go back? Okay, I've highlighted it. Is that going to help me? Where do I do something with the stuff I highlighted? Filter? What's this? Wait, oh, there's a hover thing. Aha! Okay, you hover the name, and then you get a little pop-up, and then you can click to actually go to it. Okay, so my winner on view time, by the way, is a 2-minute and 42-minute video.
Hurry, wins while kicking a man while he's down. Like I'll beat Mango, I'm the favorite if he chokes. As far as our money.
And it's someone making a fool of themselves, and people laughing at them. But he's popular. Anyway, enough of that.
Hello peeps. This is a video response to Philosophy of Science 1 by Massimo Pigliucci. In that video, Pigliucci pointed out correctly that the problem of induction can't be solved because...
Is this glitchy? Like, why is the word off screen? I'm just gonna full screen it.
There is no sense in which...
These are closed captions like auto-generated by YouTube, and they don't work.
A set of observations implies a particular theory. He then went on to outline part of Hopper's.
It's clearly just getting cut off. Can I change my font size on these things? Annotations, autoplay, play with subtitles, options. Aha! Why is font size at 400? I don't think I ever did that. I don't remember doing that. Anyways, they let you set a font size, which actually just doesn't work. That's kind of ridiculous. You can click drag the... Oh, I had no idea you could do that. Alright, well, let's just put it back. Wait, it doesn't want to be very low. Whatever, this is fine.
Solution to this problem. Hopper pointed out that although it's not possible to prove a theory using observations, observations can contradict a theory. And so, using observations, you can criticize theories.
Yeah, that's given background knowledge or context. Yeah, note that this video is from 2011. But yes, if Alan wants to make a bunch of videos, that would be cool.
And reject bad ones. Now, Pigliucci raises the following objection, which is commonly called the Dunhem-Quine Problem. The objection is that it's always possible to...
Lol, Justin.
shield a theory from refutation by modifying it in an ad hoc way. He then gives examples that he claims are ad hoc modifications, such as astronomers trying to account for oddities in the orbits of planets by postulating the existence of new planets.
By the way, this would be a lot better as a screencast with text on screen of the stuff Alan is replying to and like highlights or whatever. And it seems like Alan's using a script, I think. He might not be. Like, he's actually someone who might be able to talk like this without a script, but it seems potentially scripted. And if he's using a script, it would be a lot better if you could just read the script on screen instead of reading these shitty subtitles.
For example, that's the way Uranus was discovered. Astronomers noticed that there were things about the orbits of the planets that couldn't be accounted for using only the gravitational pull of planets that they already knew about, so they postulated a new one. And then they went looking for it and found it. They also noticed that there were things about the orbit of Mercury that weren't predicted by Newton's theory, and so they postulated another new planet called Vulcan that was closer to Sun than Mercury. But it turned out that Vulcan didn't exist. The problem with the orbit of Mercury was solved by Einstein's general theory of relativity instead. Now, the substance of Pigliucci's claim that Hopper didn't solve the problem of induction.
Big new cream cheese? No, cheese cream, not cream cheese. It's even more incoherent. I know Alan said claim, so claim turned into cream.
Is that Hopper didn't solve the Dunhem-Quine problem. But he's just wrong about that, as can be seen by reading, for example, Popper's very first book, The Logic of Scientific Discovery. So I'm going to provide some references and explain Popper's actual position concerning the Dunhem-Quine problem and how he solved it. First of all, in Chapter 1, Section 6 of Logic of Scientific Discovery, he raises this problem and points to places in the book where he's going to solve it. That's a bit odd not to address that at all.
So again, this would be a good place to have the book on screen. Although it is from 2011, so more forgivable. Like, I don't know if ScreenFlow even existed then, or what you had to record with. You could probably record with, like, Snaps Pro. That was, like, a very sketchy way to record.
In Chapter 2, Sections 10 and 11, he points out that you can't solve the problem of how to think about science just by looking at what scientists do, because you have to decide who counts as a scientist and who doesn't. And that requires a methodological decision, a decision about what people have to do in order to be counted as scientists. In Section 11, the section after Section 10, Popper proposes some methodological rules for who should be counted as scientists. And one of those rules is that a scientific theory should be allowed to drop out of the rat race of science, unless there is a good criticism of the theory. But Pigliucci claimed that Popper said that a scientific theory should be dropped as soon as there's a single observation refuting it. So that claim was wrong. In Chapter 3, Section 18, Popper points out that observations are hypotheses. That is, a scientific theory should be dropped as soon as there's a single observation refuting it. But yes, there is a good criticism of the theory, out of the rat race of science, unless there is a good criticism of the theory. But Pigliucci claimed that Popper said that a scientific theory should be dropped as soon as there's a single observation refuting it. So that claim was wrong. In Chapter 3, Section 18, Popper points out that observations are hypotheses. That is, they're guesses about what...
So what I was writing at the very beginning of the stream was related to this. It is these two comments here. First one and the second one. Where I was saying that you should drop theories because of one counterexample, and I explained it, and yeah, so I'm not going to go over that again, but it's at the beginning of this stream. Which you cannot watch right now, by the way, because YouTube lets you watch up to the previous 2 hours of the stream, and we're now at 4 hours. However, a few hours after I end the stream, then the entire thing will be available.
What has actually happened? For example, if I say there's a cup of tea on my desk, then that's dependent on the idea that I know what a cup of tea looks like, and that the tea hasn't leaked out of the bottom of the mug through a hole, and that this thing is actually from the tea, and that some acid hasn't spontaneously appeared in the cup, and so on and so forth. In Chapter 4, Section 19, Popper again raises the Dunhem-Quine problem, and in Section 20 he finally solves it. Exciting! Yes. So the solution is that theory should not be modified in an ad hoc way. So, for example, it would be wrong to account for the orbits of planets by simply saying that Newton's theory is true except for these particular observations, and apart from that, it's all wonderful. However,
that's like the X floater theory from The Fabric of Reality, Chapter 7, where they say gravity applies in general, but we're just going to throw in this exception if David jumps off this particular building.
You can account for the observations by proposing something that isn't ad hoc, something that makes specific, criticizable suggestions about the way the world works beyond what the original theory said. And the example of Uranus.
Oh, Evan, if you don't like the 200 character limit, your alternative is you can post messages on Discord.
Is an example of doing that. The theory that
Fallible ideas, then go to discussion, and then there's a chat room link at the bottom for the Discord.
the perturbation in the orbits of the planets could be accounted for by a planet, an additional planet that nobody knew about yet, was testable. And it was tested, and astronomers looked for the planet, and they found it. So that example actually vindicates Popper's description of what scientists should do, because it led to a great discovery. What about the orbit of Mercury? Well, again, astronomers made a testable suggestion, and it turned out to be wrong. Now, the relevance of observations being hypotheses is this. If you do an observation and it seems to conflict with a particular theory, then one possibility is that the observation is wrong. And that's a possibility that Popper admits. So one way to resolve a conflict between observation and theory is to come up with a specific testable suggestion about why the theory is right and the observation is wrong. And as long as you can test that, it's not going to make your theories useless and unrefutable. So in sum, Popper's solution to the Dunhem-Quine problem is that we should adopt a methodological rule that theories, first of all, shouldn't be allowed to drop without good reason, and secondly, that we shouldn't solve problems with theories by making ad hoc modifications to them. And he provides a list of ways in which you can modify a theory in an ad hoc way, and he explains why it's all that. So, Massimo Pigliucci has not refuted Popper's position, and as far as I'm aware, neither has anybody else, and like Massimo Pigliucci, they haven't even bothered to address Popper's position. So, that's all I really have to say on this. Thank you, and keep on cracking.
Keep on cracking? I'm not quite sure what cracking is. Anyways. Okay, that video was fine. It was okay. Popper's theories on this were fine, they're okay. I think what I explain is better, though. I think I've made it more elegant and stuff. If anyone has criticism or comments on what I explain here and in Yes or No Philosophy and stuff, I'm interested. I don't think it's a Scottish way of saying philosophizing. I think it's sort of like keep on trucking would be my guess. Or just like keep on doing your life or something. Anyways, so there's a bunch of comments on this, so I was going to look through the comments. And then after that, I'm going to end stream. Alright, so this seems to be ignoring everything Alan and Popper said, basically. Yeah, I know, Justin. I think you're the one who told me that. That was the part I was particularly interested in, not this thing here. But I'll start here. Yeah, so my approach to this doesn't have this particular objection, but I don't think the objection is actually very good. You know, epistemology is itself methodological rules. That's part of what epistemology is trying to be, is giving us guidance on how to think, learn, and discuss, and do it properly and effectively. So Popper proposed, you know, more epistemology to help solve the epistemology problem. I don't see an issue. What these people are mad about or objecting about or whatever is they want something like how to prove infalliblistically solutions to problems. And the Dunhem-Quine problem, it's not a very good criticism of CR, which is fallibilist anyway, but it's a great criticism of justificationists who are trying to prove things and get infallibility. And for them, you know, it's a serious problem. And Popper did not offer a solution that will work for them for what they want to do, which is kind of contrary to CR anyways. So for them, there's no solution, they're screwed. And so from that, they feel like Popper didn't solve the problem for them. This is so sad. Like, this is a good example of hit and run, and the guy will never actually follow up. Like, Alan reads the paper, and the guy will not even quote from the paper what he thinks is relevant. And now I'm going to click on the paper. Okay, so it's vaguely sort of topical, except that it's about Daubert. Oh, here, yeah, it mentions Popper in the abstract. Oh no. Alan didn't really dig it out. Like, that's what Popper said in probably his most famous book. Like, if you read the book and you understood what you were reading, you should know that he said those things. Like, you don't have to dig. They're right there. They're not hidden. Like, it takes effort to read a book and actually understand what it says, but that effort does not consist of digging. Like, digging's a bad metaphor because digging sounds like finding hidden or obscure things, or things that you have to read between the lines to get, or something. Like, whereas what Alan really did is just interpret and try to figure out what Popper was talking about. Like, just try to understand what he read. Which, yeah, digging's bad. Explanation of that. He's always thought this. So he thought this when he was born? Question mark? No, so he thought it for a long time. He thought it since he counted. He thought it since he was an adult or something. Like, childhood, that doesn't even count. That I wasn't even a person then. Like, I think he's disrespecting his former self in some ways by only legitimizing the part of himself that ever thought this, and not any of his younger years. He's also being imprecise. So he's delegitimizing his childish self for being too childish or not smart enough or whatever. And then he's being sloppy. So maybe he shouldn't be so picky since he's not so great now. Oh, he called it interesting. I talked about this earlier, the word interesting specifically, being used as a super non-committal word. He hasn't even said whether it's good or bad. Like, it can be wrong and interesting. So he's not committing himself to anything. He doesn't want to stick his neck out, contrary to Popper. And it really doesn't take much digging in Popper to find out that Popper thinks you should make bold statements and stick your neck out so that you could be wrong and you could be criticized, you could be refuted, etc. Anyways, so he thought that overly institutionalized learning of academics blinds them somewhat. Doesn't blind them fully, it blinds them somewhat. Okay. I mean, blind doesn't mean fully. You don't have to qualify that with a hedge. To subtler ideas. So academics are blind to subtle ideas, unlike this guy. I think he's bragging. I think the main thing going on here is bragging. I don't think he's, a more subtle thinker than academics in general. With the interesting and the always thought, he doesn't seem to have mastered subtlety superiorly to academics. They've already been discussed in the older literature, even though they appear more emergent or newfangled than what is he talking about? Whatever. Pre-digested information, though efficient, definitely leaves out many of the finer points that you... He's just bragging, it's vague as fuck. He's not a subtle thinker. That's what I've figured out. The information provided in the... Oh, so he was anti-pre-digested information? Oh, he must have hated Alan's video since Alan did a bunch of digesting of Popper material instead of providing it raw? Oh, look. The guy claims interest in this stuff, so he was invited to the FI group. Now, I'm pretty sure that I do not remember the name Michael Tilton. So conceivably he joined under a different name, but let's see. Tilton. Nope, no Michael Tilton emails. Or any Tilton. I just searched Tilton. And it did not show up. Alan was doing a PhD in physics and interested in philosophy because it's important for having a worthwhile life. Well, that's a good way to put it. If you're interested in philosophy discussion, you might want to try this email group. He did not try the email group. Unless he used a pseudonym. But he said digging again. Also, he's jealous. Which is not a great way to think about it. Seems like a bad way to think about it. This shouldn't be about jealousy. But also, if you want this knowledge, join the email group and ask people questions, instead of just saying you're jealous and then not doing anything about it. Wait, he's bragging about how old a book he read? Why don't you just read some Thales or something? Like, there's almost no extant text from Thales, so you can read all there is of Thales in like one day, and then you can brag that you've read like the oldest text we have pretty much in the field. So, very inefficient way to brag about the age of what he reads. And also, there were certainly like a bunch of Enlightenment philosophers in like the 17 and 1800s or whatever. He hasn't read any like Locke or Hume or Godwin or Burke or Rousseau or Descartes or Kant. Like, there's so many older thinkers than this that this is not at all bragworthy. He's shamefully weak on theory, but he thinks that this is like bragworthy. Oh, this is funny to me because I had a particular experience related to this. So, back in high school, I took a physics class, and then I took the advanced placement physics test and got college credit. Now the thing is, it was not intended to be an advanced placement class. And on top of that, our teacher got fired halfway through the year, and so we basically didn't do the second half of the material. So we did motion, like, you know, throwing a ball and it goes in a parabola. We did like that stuff, but we didn't do electricity and magnetism basically. And so I took the test to get college credit from a course that was not designed for that, and which we did like half of basically. And the test covered, you know, the stuff we did as well as electricity and magnetism. And I had to guess a lot, and I still passed the test and got college credit. I did not fail the physics test, the advanced extra hard physics test. Because tests are fucking easy, even if you have no idea what you're talking about. In general. I mean, I did have a lot of test taking skills, but you don't actually have to know physics to pass physics tests. Okay, so idealism, in general, means solipsism, which is like a more specific thing. And solipsism is refuted in David Deutsch's book, The Fabric of Reality, at length, and that is the best refutation, because there are a lot of arguments against solipsism, but people get confused, they find it hard, and David gives the best argument. So he damns Alan for knowing stuff. He's joking, but not entirely joking, just like with the jealousy. Oh, Alan's saying some of my paths forward material. I've been pushing this method for a while. Okay, so this is not the way to do it. Like, look at an overview, get the basics of all the schools of thought, and try to start understanding what refutes what newer ideas have refuted what older ideas with no answer, what schools of thought have like active proponents who answer questions and criticisms, etc., etc. Anyway, so yes, on fucking YouTube that collapses everything because he did not join the group that would be appropriate for asking this. Is there really no fact-value dichotomy? I know facts are in part determined by epistemic values, but is the distinction really useless? If so, what has replaced objectivity? What about two dogmas has been dismissed, what was accepted and what's still in dispute? Was Kuhn right? He's asking a lot of questions at once, and they're a mix of like vague, hard, and very reliant on context and stuff. Like, does he have any Popper background knowledge or not? It's very hard to answer someone with, like, to give a quick answer on this kind of thing to a person who doesn't know much about Popper, and they want an answer that they understand themselves is hard. Because you can't, like, build on the material of Popper that would let you address these issues. No, Kuhn was wrong. Kuhn is addressed in David's book, The Fabric of Reality. But also, why wouldn't you be able to? Rationality is about error correction, so you can, have a critical discussion of the matter. The reason people think you can't do it is they think you need to, like, prove things and justify things. They have a very non-CR epistemology that is seeking either infallibility or partial infallibility. Something sort of in that direction is what they want and can't have, and that's why they sort of give up on reason. In this question, it's like, what's been dismissed, what was accepted? This is not asking what is the state of the debate, what has objectively been refuted. It is asking what do, like, experts in the field think, like, what's popular. It's asking about a popularity contest, not actually what Alan said. He's not a great listener. Why would you ask a Popperian, is there really a problem of induction? Is Alan gonna answer, like, all of this? Wow, he fucking did it, and then the guy never responded again. Alan went through every single one of those questions, and then the guy was like, alright, later. Didn't want to actually discuss anything. Oh, look, Alan's recommending FI again. By the way, Alan, if people actually email you off list and discuss stuff like this, I would appreciate if you would forward it to me or to CuriList or to FI if you think it can be public or whatever. I'd like to see it. So this is another person who I think did not join FI. Searching for Gaia. I need sender contains. That's not even giving me the option of sender contains. Yeah, I don't think this person ever posted. They say how they want discussion and stuff, and then they just won't do it. They say how they're jealous of your knowledge, and then they won't talk to you. This guy was like... I'm sure you're good for some fantastic conversation and teaching, no doubt. And then Alan answers like 10 questions from this guy, and this guy literally doesn't respond. People are like that. It's very common, but it sucks. It's fucked up. It's an ongoing problem. This guy's a fraud. That's my take on reading the first half of this paragraph. I got this far, and I think he's a fraud. He's pretending to know stuff, and he doesn't. Or she, maybe? Gaia, Julia, yeah, maybe she. This is the kind of thing people say when they don't actually understand ideas. You can say this kind of thing without knowing what you're talking about, and a lot of people think it sounds like you're actually discussing the ideas. And he's putting himself, or she is putting herself, as above Massimo Pigliucci, like as someone in a position to say what Massimo Pigliucci got right and wrong. She's setting herself up as judge and critic of this other person, and Rand said, judge and prepare to be judged. This person is judging, but they're not prepared to be judged. They're not prepared to have a critical discussion. They're just pretending like they're more of an expert than Massimo Pigliucci, and that they can pass judgment on this stuff like they know what they're talking about. But there are no signs so far that they actually know anything, and they're being vague. I did have very pointed questions about what it sounds like to me is they're bandwagoning on what Alan said. They're like, Alan had issues with this, so now they're saying they had issues with it too, so it'll seem really believable to Alan, and they're sort of like, I knew the stuff in Alan's video before I watched the video. That's what they're implying. So it makes them sound smart if you're gullible. Wait, literally? As a philosopher of science and a very intelligent guy with a good grasp on subtlety, I thought he was going to talk about someone else, but no, that's how he labeled himself. He's telling us literally and directly. He's not a good philosopher of science or a very intelligent guy, and he's also not socially calibrated. This is not how you do bragging correctly. Like, this wasn't so bad, but I wasn't a fan. But this is fucking ridiculous. As various brags, I was surprised to see. He thinks he tricked us because he just put it in the introduction as a Passover point that's, just worth mentioning in passing because it's relevant, but it's not really controversial. No one's going to disagree with this, so he'll just mention it and keep going. Jesus Christ. Right, she thinks she has a good grasp on subtlety. Alright. This is so unsubtle. It's a very ironic thing to say how subtle they're being while calling themselves, quote, very intelligent. Oh, they said guy, so maybe it's a male. Right, I'm very intelligent and also I'm subtle. Uh-huh. Yeah, you forgot to say how subtle you were, Justin. What appear to be glaring holes. Yes, I was surprised that someone would get something wrong, because I don't get things wrong. Why would they get things wrong? That's so shocking to me as a smart person. And then he says what appear to be glaring holes. Not glaring holes, but the appearance of glaring holes. His portrayal of the demarcation problem, qua pauper. Qua pauper is what you say when you're trying to sound smart. And also, they were talking about the Dunhem-Quine problem, not the demarcation problem, per se. Hello? Demarcation problem not equal Dunhem-Quine problem. These people are ridiculous. And I think per se is funny. And I think this is the kind of person who would say per se without being ironic. And I totally got per se from South Park. Thank you for highlighting... Right. When you say thank you for highlighting the issues, you're making it sound like you understood the video. You're pretending to understand the video while not actually doing anything to show that you understood anything in the video. Like, you could say this in response to any video, and people would think, oh, someone gets it, finally. Like, that's what you're trying to get as a reaction. It's so fake. Right. Okay, this actually means he's not completely ignorant of these topics, if he noticed that, I guess. Wait, no. Alan fucking quoted... Wait, was it this? No, it was the blog post. I'm mixing things up. The blog post quoted David Deutsch. Maybe this thing didn't mention David. Alan's fucking understating it. I am familiar with David Deutsch's work. How about I live in the UK? I have had conversations with David both about physics and philosophy, and you can find my name in the acknowledgements of BOI. That would have been like a more to-the-point response to reminiscent of David Deutsch. Uh-huh. Oh, okay, so he didn't actually recognize it himself. It's that David Deutsch literally linked to this. Right, Justin, that's totally what I was thinking of. I mean, it's not as bad as that. Like, Alan is not as involved with David as I was, or as Peacock was with Rand, but it's in that direction a bit. It would appear. He likes to say things appear because he doesn't want to commit himself to anything. Because if he commits himself to anything, he will get caught being wrong because he doesn't have knowledge. So, it would appear also that in terms of epistemology, you subscribe to virtue epistemology. What? Virtue epistemology? That sound like I would understand if something virtue morality or something. Is this a thing? Virtue epistemology. Oh, it's got a Wikipedia page and a Stanford Encyclopedia page. Stresses the importance of intellectual and specifically epistemic virtues. Okay, so the short answer is no. Right, virtue ethics, but virtue epistemology. Oh, virtue epistemology is a diverse collection of approaches. So it's not one thing, it's many things. If you say you appear to subscribe to it, that actually is kind of incoherent. It's like, which virtue epistemology are you accusing Alan of subscribing to? Apparently there's many of them, as you would know if you did the most basic Googling on it. There are at least two central tendencies discernible. They view epistemology as a normative discipline. Okay, so they're saying epistemology has moral import. Like, you know, we should behave in a way that doesn't destroy the means of creating error, or correcting error, would be a virtue epistemology thing, according to this. So in that sense, sure, Alan is a virtue epistemologist. Second, they view intellectual agents and communities as the primary focus of epistemic evaluation. No, it's ideas that are the primary focus. And, right, with a focus on intellectual virtues and vices. Right, this is what Wikipedia was saying, the second thing, which was what I was saying no to. We don't, you know, it has some importance, but it's not primary. What's primary is ideas. Evaluate the ideas, not the traits of the people talking. Like, integrity and intellectual honesty and whatever, they're important and they're relevant. You know, I'll bring them up, but they're not primary. Ideas are primary, of course. Like, Popper is certainly very clear to make, you know, ideas should be primary, and I think Rand as well. And, you know, aren't all the reasonable people pretty clear that ideas are primary in epistemology? But normative discipline, I'm fine with. Normative means, like, I'm just gonna check. This doesn't quite say morality. It just says norms. Like, that's fucking vague. It's just, it has standards. It gives, like, rules of action. I mean, sure, it gives us guidance on how to think. It gives us, like, thinking norms. Strong lefty vibes, huh? Yeah, I could see how some SJWs could think this way. Oh, well, that's enough of that. Alan didn't even look up virtue epistemology. He read that paper that other guy linked, but he didn't look up virtue epistemology for 2 seconds. See, by pretending that they admit when they're a novice, they're adding credibility to these other statements. They're like, I'm a novice in this camp. So I'm humble and I know when I don't know. So you can trust everything I set up here. That's what they're doing. So it's another trick. They are fake as fuck. They can't be too entirely. Oh, he said appear again. So appear. Intellectual practices rather than categorical mandate. What the fuck? Why would that be the alternative? That's such a false dichotomy. And it's so just out of the blue and random. And yet, how are those in contradiction? What's the problem? This guy is so vague and didn't actually want to discuss. I'm gonna quickly go through like the short stuff. I know this Luli thing is like long. Wait, what the hell is all this? There's all these like non-replies? Did a bunch of people delete their comments or something? Like, what the hell is going on with all these? These look like replies to things that aren't there. Wait, can I change like modes? Sort by newest first instead of top comments. Okay, that's actually the mode I wanted to be in the first place and didn't realize I wasn't. No, it didn't help. Awesome vid. Thanks, bruh. Okay, well this is just self-promotion that's off topic. That's worth a downvote, bruh. I am not familiar enough with this to comment on, but it's... See, he says within accepted science, so he's trying to say Popper's wrong because people have ad hoc theories within accepted science. What I would say is if this is just really some ad hoc bullshit, then it shouldn't be accepted science. That just reflects badly on accepted science in that field, not on Popper. So I think that's a shitty argument. Now we see Alan talking about the cosmological constant, which is different than geological plumes. I think these are just replies to like other stuff that has been deleted. Maybe like people delete their YouTube accounts and then all their comments disappear. And so Alan's responses get orphaned? That sucks. You know what? Oh. Here we go. Print using system dialog. Or I'm just going to double check it. Open in preview. Wait, no, none of the comments are showing up in preview? What the fuck? They're just printing the video in the sidebar. I need to open this in Safari. And then I need to just save a fucking web archive. Alright. That should do it. So if more people delete their shit, like Luli, we'll still have a record of this one. I'm also going to throw this on archive.is. Let them save that. Oh, this Luli thing is from 1 year ago. No, Justin, I did a web archive, not a PDF. So it will, it should work. I'll open it though, let's see. What the fuck? Oh.
Hello, peeps.
That was huge? Wait, are there just no comments? Seriously? Okay, it did not work. Rip me. I thought web archives would like get all the text on the page. Oh, I think it probably just didn't even load. YouTube doesn't load comments unless you scroll down. Because it's a piece of shit. Right, 40 comments. Okay, I believe that the expander arrow things are now loaded in JavaScript. Sort by newest first. Which is the opposite of what I want, but it's better than nothing. Anyways, alright, print. No. Save. Save web archive. Oh, rip my name. Alan comments.
Hello, peeps.
Oh, it's not showing up. Alright, fuck you, YouTube. You managed to make the comments hard to save. Alright, PDF will work. I just have to expand everything. No, this 4 years ago one has replies. Oh, that's 4 years ago, not 7, though. But, yeah, Alan was clearly talking to people who are no longer appearing in the thread. I need to click every single read more now. Read more. Right, read more. Read more. Read more. Read more. This seems like busy work to me. I'm not a fan of this. This is what it's like when you try to save shit from Facebook as well. This is why I want to talk on real forums, where you can just like literally copy paste or print a PDF, like everything all at once, easily. It's so much nicer. Alright, well, this should work. Open in preview. It looks good. Alright, save. Wait, where did I save it? Oh, yeah, it's on my desktop. Alright, we're good. Let's see. Instagram.com Mingmecha. Well, that's a bit pornographic. Oh, right, I was in Chrome. First, you were wrong about the cosmological Oh no, I'm reading in the wrong order, huh? Wait, I said newest. Oh yeah, newest first. Oh, so that is the right order. I need to read upwards. It's not an ad hoc theory. Einstein proposed to solve a problem. This theory predicted the expansion of the universe he thought was problematic. He thought that was problematic. Okay. I'm getting pretty tired, so this is harder to read. We're at 4 hours and 42 minutes of streaming. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Next. Yeah, basic popper stuff that a lot of people don't seem to know. I read those. Oh, I see. This person did not understand very good. Okay, so the person's... Yeah, that person was deeply confused. Next. Well, that's basic, makes sense. Okay. Oh yes, so our information underdetermines the outcomes. That is, it does not logically prove what all the correct ideas are. We have incomplete information. So if you're seeking infallible mathematical proof-like stuff, or formal proofs or whatever, of all the ideas, then you're going to be fucking disappointed and say the information underdetermined all the answers and throw up your hands. But if you're a Popperian, you'll be like, yeah, of course, now let's have a critical discussion and try to make progress. All right, yes, good point. Oh, I'm gonna make this shorter so that I can see Discord. Oh, okay, that got archived. Well, I don't know if the comments got included. I tried. Oh, Evan didn't say anything yet, but it keeps saying he's typing. Alright. Alright, I read the underdetermination one. Well, yeah, this is not going to help an inductivist very much. I don't think they're going to get it when you say this. But whatever, it's fine. Moving on. The video is nonsense for 2 reasons. Alright, well, at least they were clear on where they stand. First, it admits that Popper claimed theories are falsified by observations. Which contradict the theory, and this is what Dunhem shows. Well, observations do not contradict. Right, we know that. What Popper claimed, and which I think is what Alan was actually admitting, is that if you accept a theory and also some background knowledge or some other theories, if you accept an observation and some background knowledge or context or whatever, like some logical point about how it applies to a theory, then, given you've accepted those things, you can refute an observation. Or, sorry, refute a theory. Observations refute theories given that you accept them, and you accept the reasoning by which they refute the theory. Now, this is important because it's different than confirmations. Confirmations do not prove theories are true, even if you accept the observation and the some like deductive logic or whatever about how it relates to the theory. Confirmation still doesn't work, but falsification does work if you accept that much stuff. And why do you need to accept that much stuff instead of saying nothing at all? Because of the quote Dunhem-Quine problem. That's what it says. Is the theory refutes the observation, given that you accept the observation refutes the theory, given that you accept 1, the observation, and 2, the background knowledge, including the interpretation of the theory. Like, you have to accept the belief that you've correctly determined the theory predicted Y and that you observed X, which contradicts Y. You know, something like that. You need just like a little bit of background knowledge and background theories or whatever, and you need the observation. If you accept those, then you can reject the theory. Like, that's just basic stuff, and Dunhem-Quine is not, like, impressive. I don't know. It's not Uranus that was discovered in the way here described, but Neptune, thanks to... Alright, I suspect that the "you're right" is a response to this. That's my guess. Is Alan is accepting that he should have said Neptune, not Uranus. Okay, so I was on this stuff. Right, so I was at this long string of questions. Alan quotes them, so I'm just going to skip ahead, I think. Oh, as you can see, I'm still getting used to the problems of philosophy of science, haven't really settled on any views. Your guidance either would be received with much gratitude, excuse typos. And he did not, in fact, express gratitude or send money or anything to Alan. So, lame. Anyways. The guy literally, like, Alan was talking about the state of the debate earlier, and the guy confused that with what experts believe. Like, he just doesn't understand judging, what are the set of ideas available and what refutes what. You can understand that and judge it. That's different than what do people with fancy reputations believe. You might assume or expect that people with fancy reputations ought to understand the state of the debate and have like informed, intelligent opinions about it and so on, but frequently they don't. And so a better thing to do, if you wanted to go by other people's opinions instead of understanding the issue yourself, as a first approximation or for whatever reason, there are valid reasons to be interested in that. Instead of asking Alan, what do the experts think, you should just ask Alan, what do you think? Because Alan is a better expert than they are. So instead of saying, what does the lit say, just say, what does Alan think? What are Alan's conclusions? Like, that would be a more reasonable thing to ask for. Alan knows more about it, and if you actually respect Alan's expertise and stuff, like you just said you did at length, why are you asking Alan to relate to you what other experts think instead of just asking directly for Alan's expertise? Like, he doesn't actually respect Alan as an expert. He's being dishonest. Oh, I see. So Alan said that the stuff the guy has been studying is a dead end, so then the guy decided to dead end the conversation to evade the issue. Rather than, say, listen to Alan's expertise, which, as I said, he does not in fact respect. Contrary to his repeated lying above. Okay. Good answer. Short and to the point. I would have recommended The Fabric of Reality, but fine. This is also a good recommendation. But it does not speak about Kuhn in particular. But it is very relevant, on topic, good answer. Okay, so he's summarizing Popper and then he gives some recommendations. This is all a good answer to a person who does not deserve it or hasn't earned it, doesn't care about it. That's a little sad. I know Alan's having a good time, but it'd be good if Alan could have a good time while also, giving this sort of free ice cream to people who will get more value out of it. You could have both at once. That would be better. Okay, this guy is so after infallibility. What does certainty have to do with anything? Good answer. Oh, no, Alan's talking about feeling certainty. But this guy, I do not think is talking about feeling certainty. I think this guy is talking about infallibility, like establishing ideas are true. I think he's talking about the objective state of the debate, whether we've proven something is true and we can shut our minds closed to further discussion, doubt, and criticism, and consider anyone who doubts it to be insane or unreasonable or whatever. I think that's what this guy meant, which is worse. And Alan thinks he's talking about feelings of certainty. So I think Alan was a little lost here. Oops. All right, there we go. Yep, I've been saying deductive reasoning is overrated for ages. Agree. Well, it depends how you define argument, because like explanations, you can explain like a solution to a problem that's different than a criticism, it's valuable. It's commonly not called an argument, but it could be. So basically agree. There's also problem statements. Also not normally called argument, so fine. Yeah, this is very important that in a theoretical, like abstract sense, not abstract, but so for daily practical purposes, it doesn't matter. But if you're trying to understand like the fundamentals of things, then our epistemology depends on the laws of physics. It's approximately autonomous in how we normally treat it, but it in fact depends on the laws of physics. And if the laws of physics were different in a big way, then we have majorly different epistemology theories. Epistemology depends on what physical processes process information in what ways, like the laws of computation, which are determined by the laws of physics. That totally, in a huge way, determines how we think, how we can think, what kind of thinking is effective, etc., etc. So physics is extremely important to epistemology, logic, math, everything, computation. Like our theories of math depend on how computation works, what computes into what. They're not just these abstract logical things the way people think of them. That whole view, which is Kantian, I don't know how original it is to Kant or how widespread it is elsewhere, but certainly Kant emphasized it and got a lot of credit for it. That stuff is wrong. And that is explained exactly where Alan says, Fabric of Reality, chapter 10, the one that talks about math, very important. That gives you the basics of it. It's not a full explanation, but no one knows this, and some people get like people are very hostile to this idea. Like Robert Spillane would not consider it. People just will not listen about this stuff. It's the same with deduction. Deduction depends on physics, just the same as math does, as David explains. Now you can set this aside for most purposes most of the time. You can just treat physics and epistemology as independent, and as long as there are no major changes to our understanding of physics, it's fine. It's not going to hurt anything. Epistemology was invented, discovered, and worked out in the context of the physics we live in, so it is appropriate to those physics, as far as we know. However, if you're going to talk theory and talk like these big picture points, then what they're saying is just wrong, and yeah. This depends on terminology, specifically what you call a scientific law. You could say a scientific law is only forbids things, but also you could say that they, explain about what works in reality to some extent. That they have positive content about helping you understand how reality works. Like if scientific law is synonymous with scientific theory or hypothesis or whatever, people often include explanatory content in those. If you just mean like, one of Newton's laws that's like a mathematical formula or something, then there's still sort of some implied content, because it's not just a list of things that are excluded. It organizes things into patterns and it shows you what the pattern is. So I think the content is not just what it forbids, but how it's organized to present a pattern. Like a formula is a condensed version of a huge amount of data points. If you say like x squared, you're explaining a pattern that you're not just, you could say, 1 maps to 1, 2 maps to 4, 3 maps to 9, and so on and so forth. But if you say the pattern is x squared, you're giving extra information. So I'm going to disagree with this and say, even if you treat scientific laws pretty narrowly, you're getting some extra information. There's often more than one form there's always more than one form you could put math in. You could write the same math different ways, and the choice of presentation is related to what's elegant, what's useful. So there's extra content there besides what's forbidden. Wait, he says such regularities, not just regularities. So the such is a backwards reference to, I guess, to scientific laws. I'm too tired for this. This is hard, but I'm at least gonna finish the non-Luli stuff, which I'm mostly done with. I just broke 5-hour stream. That is my record by a lot. I ate before I streamed and I'm getting hungry again. The fuck is that? I'm not even gonna go into it, but I think that's pretty incoherent. He left out the question mark. I'm pretty sure that sentence was supposed to be a question, not a period. This is all fucking confused. Whatever, I'm out. Alan gave an answer. I think the guy understood like none of this. Okay, I'm starting to see more why this guy did not follow up with Alan. Like, he was super bluffing, and he's actually really clueless and confused, and does not want to deal with challenges and clashes of ideas and that kind of stuff. Very typical reasoning for why he left. Anyway. That was a short answer. Sure. Like, even money, he doesn't know what nominal means or how to use it. So the existing in name only status of law. In what sense are laws of physics existing in name only? You can't violate the law of conservation of energy or whatever. They're not name only. Yeah, why the hell did he say nominal? I think he's just throwing smart words into there. He's such a fraud. Was this the guy I pointed out was a fraud earlier, or was that Gaia? Oh no, it was Gaia who I was calling a fraud earlier. Specifically, like, after I read this, I thought they were a fraud. Imprecision of linguistic categories, problem of induction, etc. How do you still say the belief accurately describes reality? You say, I have a non-refuted theory. That's it. I think this belief describes reality. I've put effort into figuring out whether it does or not, and neither me nor anyone else has managed to refute it. So, there you go. That's what you can say. I'm not thrilled with Alan's answer, but it's okay. Okay, so like this is long once I expand everything. Let's look at Discord. Have I looked at this before? But no. Nope. I think I may have seen this site before. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think stuff like this is terrible and doesn't work, and that people don't know how to have discussions. And when the people making the site don't know how to have a discussion, they are not able to facilitate and structure discussions because they literally don't know how to have a rational discussion themselves. So how could they design the site to work? And so I read through some sample topic and it was fucking terrible and everything was awful and they had done nothing to make the discussion quality good. And yeah, that was my general opinion. Like, it's cool that people are trying, I guess, but they ought to try to have, like, you know, say 100 rational discussions themselves by hand and then see what worked, you know? And then make the site based on their actual experience having successful discussions. But these are a bunch of people who will not discuss with me and have no archive of here are our rational discussions. These are a good example for people to follow. Does anyone have criticisms of them? They haven't posted those documents of all the discussions that the founders had with each other or with other people successfully. Like, they never had a bunch of discussions that they could hold up and say, we think these are successful, good discussions that should be like the role models for good discussions, etc. Like, you need to succeed at discussion before you're controlling how other people discuss by software. And Kyle, don't worry about that stuff I was just reading earlier. That was like kind of advanced Popper stuff. It's not a good starting point. Anyway. And this whole format doesn't resolve disputes. It doesn't reach an answer, it doesn't find the truth. It just gets you lists on both sides. It's very based on the idea of weigh the arguments for both sides, and whichever side has like more good arguments. It's like throw all your arguments at the wall, and like the 1 out of 10 ones score you 1 point, and the 10 out of 10 quality arguments score you 10 points, and you add up all your points. Whichever side has more points wins, and it totally ignores like refutations to do this whole point system. This is like exactly the opposite of yes or why is it? It's like super quickly auto-completing and then stopping. Anyway, it's very opposite to my philosophy here. Evan really likes algorithmic or like software solutions to things, whereas I think with rational discussion, we need to have them do them correct manually first. And when we have like a lot of examples, maybe we could start expanding algorithms and generalizing and stuff. But we're not ready yet to stop doing it by hand with human judgment everywhere. Oh, and part of why people want algorithms is to solve the problem that humans have bad judgment. But to do that, you have to have like really good judgment. The people making the algorithms at least have to have really good judgment. And so who's gonna do that? Oh, by AR he means augmented reality, similar to virtual reality. When I first read AR, I thought it meant Ayn Rand, because that's what I usually mean when I write AR. But smart glasses is a giveaway for the augmented reality thing. See, an AR forum makes sense. You can have an Ayn Rand forum. That's the words fit together, so that's why I read it that way. Whereas augmented reality forum is actually not a standard concept, but smart glasses to browse it. I'm not sure what YouTube comment he's referring to. I guess he wrote a comment on one of the videos I was recently watching or something, but I don't know where it is. Or yeah. I'm just gonna check this one real quick.
Alright, so I saw this
Okay, I don't know where the
comment.
comment is.
Hello peeps. This is a video response to Philosophy of Science 1 by Massimo Igli.
Oh, and on top of that, they're like literally talking about Ayn Rand stuff, like right here, right here. Yeah, this is the one I think that I remember. That's pretty good, I think. This is not bad. I think there's one with like a more zoomed out view with Dagny and the railroad tracks that I vaguely remember, but I think I like looked for it recently and couldn't find it. That's alright. Oh, comment on my current stream. And as far as what the criticism was, just like go back 10 minutes or something. Or wait a few days and maybe Justin will put an index or a timestamp thing in the YouTube description. Anyways. It's interesting that he commented on my stream while it's in progress. And I have the control panel thing here, and it's not notifying me. And there's no way to see the comments on the videos from here. And it's not notifying me. And there's no way to see the comments on the videos from here. Wait. Evan said he commented on my current stream in progress, but it's saying 0 comments. Evan said he commented on my current stream in progress, but it's saying 0 comments. Evan said he commented on my current stream in progress, but it's saying 0 comments. I don't think the YouTube control panel thing would show it even if it was there. There's no like spot for it or whatever, but I also don't see it when I just go to the page. Oh, in live chat? Oh, okay, I got what he means. He's just saying he's expanding on this comment here. This thing. Alright, I figured it out. Okay, and now we have the Luli Allen discussion. Or I could just stop streaming. Let's see. Oh, it's so long. I'm out. I'm done. Later, guys.